You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Welcome to the Vodka stream. It's Friday. We got through another week. And this week was, at least for me, a little bit. But, relatively had a good day today. So, kinda. Work kind of kicked my ass today. But, yeah, guys, appreciate you guys clicking in. And I'll say hi to everybody who's out there. And then, just like every Vodka stream where there's no guest, if you have a question you want to ask, start asking. And, I got my vodka poured. So as soon as that glass right there is down, I'm going to start bringing some people in. So anyways, hopefully you guys had a good week. Nothing crazy happened right now, right? I mean, I think there's been some craziness today. Be careful. There's some Deadpool 3 stuff that's out there. Some more set images that came about when it came to Deadpool 3. So you might want to be careful if you want to keep some surprises because something showed up on the feed that was like, oh, okay, that's interesting. Yeah, they're still shooting outside. And then not to mention there's some kind of promo art for Deadpool 3 that came about too that shows Mr. Logan, Mr. Weapon X, fully costumed in the mask and everything, which we already knew that costume was going to be about. It was going to be on his face. Let's face it, right? Always. All right. Anyways, who's out there? What's going on, Kenneth? Hope your Friday night and weekend is going well. Hopefully halfway through Reacher season 2, loving it so far. Yeah, I watched season 1. Have not watched season 2 yet, but Mr. Scott McClellan assured me that season 2 is good, and I've seen other people rave about it too. And yeah, I'll probably binge it. Maybe I'll binge it this weekend. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Maybe not. Got a lot of work to do this weekend because got something brewing up when it comes to the channel. So, and rewatching older cartoons, Blu-rays, Scooby-Doo. Where are you? Yes, super excited for Superman Legacy. Can't wait. Can't come soon enough. Man, this is going to be good. Though sad Superman and Lois. And yeah, there you go. I know. Well, one door closes, another one opens. At least, right? But yeah, I have a video. Speaking of Superman, and it probably has something to do with Superman, but there is a new little video segment that I will be hopefully posting. I don't know if it's going to get posted tomorrow because I still have to edit it, and I want to edit it. I want to take my time, so it might be posted on Sunday. But I think normally these types of videos are going to be posted on Saturday. I just, like I said, work's been kind of kicking my ass, and that's just been really kicking my ass this whole week. So, but yeah, I got something different, and I know you patrons, if you've subscribed to my Patreon, you guys know what I'm talking about because I did do a Patreon exclusive podcast on Tuesday, and I talked about it. So yeah, it's just going to be something that I was like, you know what, I want to do this. Want to do this kind of type of video segment. It's going to be something pretty fun, and it was fun. It was fun researching. It was fun filming it, and just kind of just having fun with it. And now the next part is to have fun editing it because I want it to be got to edit it a certain way, So, but yeah, it does have something to do with Superman, and yeah, hopefully it'll be up Sunday. So look forward to that. Like I said, fun video, and it's going to be something I'm going to be doing. I'm going to try to do it once a week. Maybe it'll be every other week to start. Who knows? But yeah, there's that. And then there's another short video segment that'll also be introduced soon as well. All right, what's going on, Ryan? We got Phil right here. Yes, there is going to be. Yes. And if you want to come on, Phil, well, let me know. I'll message you. What's going on, Mr. Jason? Always good to see you. Damn, forget to change. It happens. It's your birthday. Okay, well, happy birthday, Phil. Yeah. I wonder, you're not doing anything tonight? Just chilling? What's up? What's going on? Happy birthday, though, man. Happy birthday. Also been trying to keep up on my DC films and DC TV shows. Collection on 4K, UHD, Blu-ray, and all of that. I'm so far behind. I know, right? I'm behind on some of the on all that stuff too. So you're not the only one. Not the only one when it comes to that. So, anyways, hey, we got Axel right here from the land down under. How's it going, Axel? Hey, there's Mr. Jose right there. Good to see you, buddy. Good to see ya. And we got Max Wolf Night Danger. Doing good, good. Good. We got TGIF right here from Ryan. We got RJ. What is happening, sir? Good to see you. Is someone say Ray Porter was in here? Oh no, I was like, Phil said I effing love Ray Porter. Did he post something or is he here? I was like, what? Is he in the chat? Well, sometimes he's popped up in there. So I hope you got the Batfleck. Yeah, that went quick. I did not get myself a Batfleck McFarlane, the BVS McFarlane. Simply because right now I'm kind of in save mode. It's the beginning of the year, and I've been kind of like holding back on just stuff like that. I have my fair share of collectibles that are around my living room and everything. So when I saw that, I was like, yeah, cool, but I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait a little bit. And yeah, apparently the Batfleck BVS, yeah, it definitely was like it sold out quick. I was like, wow. So people are really liking that. Hey, Mr. Jason McKenzie, helping out that pirate ship. Thank you, sir. Cheers to you. You're sipping bourbon. I wanted to get some bourbon tonight, but I already had vodka, and I was like, I should have got bourbon, though. I was really craving some bourbon tonight, but. So thank you, Jason McKenzie. You are awesome. Always helping out the pirate ship. Like I said, I try to reinvest into the pirate ship and try to keep it going, keep it running, keep things updated. I mean, let's face it, it's not free to keep a YouTube channel going, no matter how small it is. You try to keep it up, you got to pay for that, pay for this. So I definitely, anytime that anybody donates something, I try to reinvest it into the channel. So I appreciate, Jason, that you did that. You're awesome, sir. Awesome. Helping out that pirate ship. First matey right there. Max, hey, Dave, I lost power for 2 times and I now got my power back. So, yeah, it's so cold. And those Deadpool 3 images, wow. I know. Been pretty interesting. Like I said on Twitter, the Wolverine mask with the wide eyes translate well in Deadpool 3. I fully expect more CBMs to use that look, including I know, that's going to be interesting. I mean, someone's going to have to do it eventually, right? Obviously, that was one of the very first things I asked Zack Snyder when he came on the Vodka Stream the first time, was the fact that, did you ever consider the white eyes? Obviously, naturally for the armored suit, the mech suit, it works big time because it's essentially a robotic suit. So it's going to work for that, but does it work for the normal costume? And he said that they thought about it and they considered that, but at the same time, the actor has to emote through his eyes. Sometimes you can't really do that. So I don't know. I think someone's going to end up pulling it off, and maybe it'll be there for, for Brave and the Bold. Who knows? That's what I hear. Hey, what's going on, McD? Keeping well, sir. Keeping well. Hopefully you are as well. Just sitting here, waiting for Rebel Moon Part 2 for sure, and then of course that director's cut. Ahoy, ahoy, Mr. Alex Lobo. Good to see you. Ahoy, ahoy, ma'am. I like that you said that because there was, Sundance. What's some film festivals happening right now, and Jesse Eisenberg is promoting a movie that he did with Kieran Culkin, which sounds like probably a good movie, at least from what I read about it. And somebody asked him about Nicholas Hoult being Lex Luthor. And he basically, and of course, people took it out of context, as they do, there's some things that some people took. They didn't read the entire quote. They just saw people post about it, and they mainly saw the quote that "Don't watch me." Jesse Eisenberg said, "Don't watch me," as if he was like kind of talking shit about his performance as Lex Luthor. But no, he said, "Don't watch me because create your own version of the character without watching the other characters." That's essentially what he said. But naturally, people are gonna, are gonna do their thing on Twitter, and already seen that. But and I know there's some people that do not like his interpretation of Lex Luthor. I thought it was good and fresh. Obviously, that's like one of my all-time favorite CBMs. If not, sometimes it feels like it is my favorite. You guys saw my DCEU ranking. It was right at the top, number 1, BVS, just because it just had everything that I just loved about it. It just, BVS to me, I mean, it's hard to like say. I mean, yeah, sometimes I feel like that is my favorite, but then I feel like The Dark Knight is. Sometimes I feel like Batman 89 is. I mean, it's anything, it's like Batman related, Batman movie, that's what it is. Omega Red, Red Deadpool. All right. Who else we got? Salud, Trevino. Good to see you. We got Richard right there. I never caught a live stream, but you make me laugh on Twitter. Hey, there you go. I appreciate that, Richard. I try, I try not to take the Twitter too seriously, and I try to be as entertaining as possible. Sometimes I go down a rabbit hole and argue with people, but I don't do that as much. Not like I used to, for sure. So yes, and Jose, welcome to you. We got Anthony right here. Does it seem like Daredevil Born Again is going to be? Yes, because Marvel Studios listened to the fans. Okay, they're listening to the fans, guys. How about that? I mean, it's not like they haven't listened to the fans before, but they're listening to the fans. They were going to just bring over Daredevil and then just do their watered down version of Daredevil. And it wasn't working. And then they realized, okay, what works? What was working over there at Netflix? How about that? What? That was working. Even Vincent D'Onofrio said that it was a good, basically when they revamped it, when they said, you know what, this is not working, let's try it again. They basically were like, we have to just make the Netflix shows 100% canon. I mean, I think we always knew that they were somewhat canon, because obviously when you watch some of those episodes and they talk about the events that happened in New York City, which is what happened in Avengers, and they talk about, the guy in the Star Spangled Banner suit and the big green guy. I mean, they never named him directly, but they referenced, and I think you saw like a Daily Bugle, like something on the wall where it talked about the event that happened in New York City, the invasion. So it was always technically canon to the MCU. It just wasn't directly. And then we were kind of wondering, like, when Daredevil was coming over here, is like, how much canon is it going to be? And with his first appearance in She-Hulk, which wasn't terrible, but it was also like, oh boy, I think they're lightening it up big time right here. But now it's like 100%. So can we get Luke Cage? And yes, I mean, we could get Iron Fist too. I know like that didn't work as well as the others, but hey, come on. Dave, I said it's so cold from outside. Okay. What's going on, Shemagic? Always good to see you, man. Always good to see your videos on Instagram, fooling people. I love those. The sleight of hand. There's a guy that I actually that I follow on YouTube. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but God, the quick hands when it comes to cards. I don't like. I wish. I mean, I know that takes a long time to master all that kind of stuff, but man, it's pretty crazy when. I mean, this guy. I can't remember his name right now off the top of my head. But he does like he'll do requests from his comments. So like, okay, pull out, deal out 3 aces with like 5 players with a fresh deck and do a certain kind of shuffle and blah blah blah. And he always pulls it off. And I'm just like, it's just crazy, the card tricks that you guys do. So yeah, everybody saying happy birthday to Phil. There you go. What is your favorite Batman and Superman comic book? I mean, I will be probably talking about one of my favorites soon with somebody. Batman Ego is up there just because there's just something about that story that I really enjoy. I mean, it's hard to pick just one, Long Halloween, Dark Knight Returns, the normal ones, but Batman Ego kind of is one of mine. And when it comes to Superman, I mean, I did like the death of Superman, like when it comes to that story and the resurrection and everything that went involved. I mean, I have the novel. I read the novelization of that. So it always that's always been one of my favorites when it comes to that. Always. Oh, okay. So that's why people are talking about Ray Porter, because I have him in my intro. That makes sense. That makes sense. I almost a Rebel Moon comic, but yeah, I know. See, sometimes you gotta resist. I'm in saver mode right now, especially after the holidays and things that happened last month into this month. I was like, and I was like, all right, I gotta start saving. So yeah, I've been in saver mode too. I haven't bought any of those comic books, but I hopefully will. My friend got me the BTAS Mr. Freeze figure. Nice. What is going on, Mr. Venom? We got Venom Hernandez right here, too. I had a hard time sleeping last night, so I put on the... Zing! Oh, boy. Well, I can see that. I can see that. Woo-wee. Yeah, remember when Ryan Reynolds came on social media and asked fans and the press not to post? Yeah, there's no way that's never going to happen. But I like the fact that he's kind of leaning into it. And I'm wondering how much more he's going to lean into it. Could be a good way to differentiate that this Batman is more fantastical, while Reeves, yeah, that's very true. When it comes to the white eyes, you're absolutely correct with that. If Wolverine has white eyes, it will not be the norm going forward for every. That's true. That's pretty true. Yeah. Hey, what's going on, Shane? Have you heard the news of a Danny Phantom live action movie? Oh, yeah. I think somebody tagged me with something like that. Reportedly at the works at Paramount, which happened recently this week. What are your thoughts about that? I don't really know much about Danny Phantom, but sounds like it could be something cool, So, but I'm just not too familiar with the property, so. Yeah, but we'll see. I don't know if it feels like it can work, Wolverine, given the nature of Deadpool movies, but I don't know if it could work all the time. True. What's going on, Cortez? Looks like Invincible is returning next week. I know. I got to catch up on the new season of Invincible as well. What's going on, Lex? Hey, Dave, love your content. Well, thank you, sir. Who do you got between the Packers and Niners? I got Niners. Niners. I mean, I don't really have a football team. I've said this many times, but I am a San Francisco Giants fan. My brother is a Niners fan. I got family members that are Niners fans. So I'm going to root for the Niners, even though the Packers, watch out. I did not expect the Packers to beat the Cowboys last week. And, well, I mean, maybe not so much that they weren't going to beat them, because the Cowboys, let's face it, they're just, who knows what's going on with that organization. I just did not expect them to fucking murder them. I mean, of course, the Cowboys started coming back a little bit towards the end of that game, but it was a disaster for the Cowboys. And this is a fresh-faced, pimple-faced Packers team, man. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, Eisenberg, yeah. Eisenberg. Yeah, I mean, we all have our opinions on certain characters. So, don't watch me is good advice. See, I know a lot of people were saying that, making the jokes, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with making jokes. There's some people that take things a little too seriously, but there's nothing wrong with that. Arguing is fun. Don't blame you. As long as we could respect each other. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I try to, but sometimes some of the chuckleheads that show up in my mentions, holy Lord, do they suck. They just suck. And they just say ridiculous things. And then they'll be like, whoa, dude, why are you being so hostile? And I'm like, I'm just pushing back on what you said. I'm like, I'm trying to give you some information that I know. Jesus Christ. Finally, hope for Daredevil, right? Yeah, they should have listened from the start. I know that exactly, but at least they're listening now. Skate and geek out. What's up, Dave? Random question. I just rewatched Ready Player One. Great movie. What would be your go-to avatar in the Oasis? It's a good question. What would be my avatar? Probably Batman. You know me. I'd be like a certain Batman. I don't know. Maybe this guy right here, the Batfleck or something would be mine. And I would not drive. And I'd probably like drive the 66 Batmobile. That would be kind of cool to see Batfleck in the 66 Batmobile if I was doing races, you know, as much, but I do love the DeLorean also. So I'd probably even choose that as well. My only concern with Daredevil Born Again is that they're keeping some of the episodes they already shot. Interesting. Hopefully, I still haven't watched Echo though, and I know there's been mixed reviews when it comes to that. Hopefully, it doesn't turn out into a complete mess or narrative where, hopefully not. They were gonna give us woke devil. A Daredevil on She-Hulk was some fighting. Yeah, I mean he did the walk of shame. They did cut it from, which is a good thing. I think that's a good thing. Hey, Dave, did you hear there is not going to be a post-credit scene? Yeah, good. Let's stop it with the post-credit scenes. Let's stop it with that. The time has passed. Did Feige finally find out he has garbage talent? No, I think he just realized that, that maybe we should go with what works. I don't think not everything's garbage talent. I know you hate a lot of things there, Axel, including the Batman. How dare you? But not everything's garbage. RJ, no more 18 episodes. Are cutting it way down from the initial plan, probably because it's gone over budget because they have to start from scratch. Yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense. 18 episodes was a lot. It's going to take a while before it admits. Like I said, there's good talent in there. I mean, Cumberbatch. I mean, they got Charlie Cox. I don't know what you guys are talking garbage talent. Are you talking about Feige being garbage at talent? But I wouldn't even agree with that either. His name is Jason, but he's oh, yes, he is cocky. He is cocky. Is that what his name is? Jason? Yeah. He's cocky. He is cocky. But I like that. I like that he's cocky and he drinks some scotch too, Yeah, he is a very cocky dude. But I kind of like that. I'm not going to lie. I like that he has that attitude. What's going on, Christopher? Hello, David. Awesome t-shirt. Where did you get it? This is one of the shirts that I believe that, Foot Locker, when Zack Snyder's Justice League was kicking into gear, I think they teamed up with Foot Locker. I think it was Foot Locker, right? And you can order like specific character shirts. And, I didn't order all of them. I got Batman, of course, and then I got Cyborg. So yeah, I got it from there. I don't know if you could find these shirts anymore because it was like a limited time thing, but you could probably go somewhere and find it on eBay or something. My question, why is Disney becoming more reactionary? I only thought that happens to Warner Brothers. Well, because they're finally realizing that some of their decisions that they've made aren't really working. The Batman Superman book by, that's a good one. That's a good one too. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, speaking of, just read Long Halloween and Dark Victory back to back. Said, that's a great story. I actually like. Oh, you like Dark Victory more? Well, hopefully that's what Matt Reeves is pulling from when it comes to the sequel a little bit. Question: which DC villain would you like to see a DC Black Label treatment in a movie? I always said Scarecrow would be perfect for the Black Label. I just always thought I mean, you make it a horror movie and you just call it Crane. I always thought that would, anytime that I was thinking of what other character can they use for a DC Black Label, I was like, Scarecrow would be perfect for that, and I was like, get David F. Sandberg to direct that. He would knock the shit out of that one for sure. Or James Wan. Ooh, vodka. The vodka. I will be muting all words Superman and Legacy starting March. Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm going to order these comics, and hey, goddamn, you're just awesome right now. The Marvel's on VOD. I'm hesitant to make an effort to check it out. Drink more of that bourbon you have, Jason, and maybe you'll actually enjoy it. But cheers again, brother. Appreciate it, man. Helping out that pirate ship. You are awesome, sir. Isn't that Ben 10 stuff, Danny Phantom? Like I said, I'm not too familiar. Can we stop with people saying these actors are perfect? They're going to be perfect before seeing the damn movie. Talking to you, Superman Legacy slurpers. I mean, that's what everybody says. I'm with you, Jose. When people go, he was born to play this role, and I'm like, was he? Hugh Jackman was born to play Wolverine. It's like, yeah, I mean, he's great, but Wolverine's supposed to be like 5'3". Hugh Jackman not quite that short. He's a tall dude. But it's always funny when people say they're born to play this, or they do that. They're so perfect. It's like, yeah, I know, you don't know. I mean, you always hope for the best. Always hope for the best. I've always said it, like, I hope Corrin Sweat ends up being my favorite Superman. I hope Brosnahan ends up being my favorite Lois, which just how gorgeous she is, at those award shows and those videos that she takes. I mean, she's already winning me over for sure, but it's just like, I always wish for the next, like I was going, all right, Pattinson, Reeves, let's see if this ends up being my favorite Batman. Ended up not being, but it ended up being a Batman I really, really liked, so I, always hope for the next version to be better than the previous. Some people, though, are like, they'll never be able to get to this again. It's like, why do you want to, why would you not want the next version to be better? But everybody, we get all tribal and shit, and it's like, nope, only one version is good. All the rest suck. It was a complete shit show. Yeah, it was. It was bad. It was bad for the Cowboys. So bad. What's going on, Andrew? Good to see you. Arkham Batman, yeah, Arkham Batman's good. You got that, you got that Conroy voice. It's great. I would pay good money to see Batfleck. Yeah, I know, right? That's what I would do, though. I would choose that avatar and have him do that. Yeah, see, you could do that in the new Arkham game. So yeah, the Eagles' downfall. I know, right? I don't know what happened to the Eagles. Jeez, they just never recovered after playing the Niners, huh? Crazy. I did not think the fucking Buccaneers, but I'm rooting for Baker Mayfield. That goofy motherfucker. I like him because he's goofy, and he's just like, obviously he had those commercials when he was with the Browns. I like that guy. I just like it because he's goofy and just, he's a trooper, man. So I'm rooting for Baker Mayfield, man. I'm rooting for that guy. David, did you hear that Madam Web is going from the 90s movie? Yeah, there was like rumors. I saw the rumor about that, and I was just kind of like, I don't know how true that is. But then somebody that I follow was already broke it down that they knew that Madam Web, was already like taking place in the early 2000s because they were looking at the background and stuff. I don't know. I mean, yeah, they said that, and they were considering Andrew Garfield to be the Spider-Man in this universe, then Tom Holland, and then of course, I don't know. It's all weird. The movie's going to be interesting. The only thing I hope for is I actually do hope that people come out of Madam Web, and myself as well, just come out going, wow, that was actually pretty good. That was pretty good. Someone's smoke detector's going off in the building. Yeah, I really hope that I end up enjoying this movie. I don't have confidence with everything I've seen. The only thing is like, yeah, you got some pretty hot ladies in this movie. Cool, that I don't mind looking at. I mean, all the ladies, the 4 leads, they're pretty nice to look at. So, I mean, there's that. But yeah, I just I want it to be a surprise hit. I don't think it's going to happen, but collapse of a team. Dune, yes, I love that. Sam Raimi, yeah, I could see that. In the DCU, do you think the Flash and Supergirl, Barry and Kara should be friends and have good team up adventures? I mean, that would be pretty sweet. I think that could work for sure. Do you see the? Yeah, I did see the rumor that Hayden Christensen might be voicing Shadow. I thought they already had a voice for Shadow. I guess I don't know. Obviously, they have Knuckles, which is Idris Elba. Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, that should be cool. I mean, that'd be pretty sweet if he is. You know, I wouldn't hate it. I definitely wouldn't hate it. So I would not hate it. That message for Legacy about leaks, by the way, I'm excited. Yeah, okay. You just don't want to hear things. That's good. Thank you, Axel, for that. You sent a super chat. You got it. You got it. You got it. And I saw your message too. We'll get you on here. Only person born to play a role was yeah, but see, I mean, was he really? It's just, it's always funny when people say that. Rachel Brosnahan. Yeah, I know. I mean, that is just a beautiful woman right there. I mean, Jesus, when she does those videos, when she does her and like showing like her hair and her dress, and then she does like a little like, goofy thing at the end. I'm like, okay, you, okay, you, But yeah, that is just. I think her Lois is going to be, I have more confidence in her Lois than I do a Corn Sweat with his Superman. But I'm not. I still have confidence in Corn Sweat because he's a goof. He's a goofball. He's a dork. We've seen the videos. He's a dork, and I like that. So, we'll see. Yeah. Like I said, really the only casting I was like, about was Sean Gunn, of course. I think a lot of us were like that. I'm just glad that social media is being, for the most part, positive towards Superman Legacy instead of complete. Yeah, true. I mean, unless you go down a rabbit hole and there's people that can't. That's all they do, 24/7 on Twitter is just fucking complain about Legacy. I don't think we could take the negativity for an entire year. Yeah, you just got to watch out. Mute the people that constantly complain. So. Brosnan, yeah, she's got some Margot Kidder vibes. Dave's intrusive thoughts. Oh, I know. That's the thing. My intrusive thoughts. What could I say? Brosnan does remind me a lot of, yeah. So, yeah, it's got some Kidder vibes. Do you think the future of Hollywood is in question with how all these executives are trying to sneak AI? Yeah, it's going to be an interesting, rest of the decade going into the next decade. It's going to be interesting. I mean, obviously there's things, I mean, AI is not going anywhere. It's definitely not going anywhere. So it will be interesting to see how it's implemented, and hopefully it will be used fairly and used as a tool to help things and not just replace things. That's the thing I worry about is like, is it going to replace things? It's like, hopefully it's not there to replace. Dave, I pick, Batman Beyond. That'd be a good avatar. She is fine. I do. I like the Pattinson Batmobile as well. Suicide Kills the Justice League releases in 2 weeks. I'll be very curious to see what reviews. Yeah, you got to play that game, right? You're one. I think Travis also was able to play that. What happened to my Cleveland Brown? Yeah, they got killed as well. So when my mom and sister said they'll watch Superman with me because of Brosnan, I knew. Yeah, I think like they're because the Marvelous Mrs. Maisel is a very popular show. So, I mean, the fact that we have a Lois that is popular already, actress that's already popular. Not saying that Amy Adams wasn't, she was already on the radar. It is kind of funny because Amy Adams was already on the radar. She's already been around for a bit, but nobody knew who Henry Cavill was. It's kind of similar to what's happening now, too, if you think about it. People know who Rachel Brosnahan is. She's already won awards, and she's got this popular show, and nobody really knows who Corn Sweat is. Corn Sweat's a fresh face. So it's kind of a similar dynamic here. So, oh God. Oh man, that's gonna be the day that they reveal the costume. Holy shit. I know, especially if it has trunks. Oh my God, it's gonna be it's going to be a battlefield. That's where you you start before you get on Twitter, you gotta start strapping in and putting all your gear on and stuff like that. It's like, ugh, man, that's gonna be a day. I think I'd go with Rocket Raccoon in the Oasis, nice, which is like the equivalent of people who choose Odd Job in GoldenEye, right? Oh man, I remember those days with GoldenEye. Trunk supremacy. Those trunk apologists seem to have an obsession with the yeah, I really hope he doesn't go with the trunks, or just hopefully it looks good if he does use the trunks. I think they're going to end up going with the trunks. It seems like Sony has no clue what the fuck they're doing. They can't commit to who their Spider-Man is, and now they're making Madam Web, a standalone movie that's not connected. I know, right? Is it not going to connect? But then again, who knows? These reports could be wrong, and it could be very much connected to their universe or whatever the hell. Cool fact, my cousin was the backup quarterback to Baker Mayfield in high school, and they're nice. Yeah, Baker seems like somebody who would be fun. Let's go to a bar. Let's go grab some beers and watch some sports. He just seems like he'd be a fun dude to do that. He's just a goofy motherfucker, especially when you see him dance. Have you seen him dance? White boy has some moves. Sydney Sweeney alone is two big reasons. Womp womp. We got the perviness of Jose coming out, but of course, I thought it was Jared Leto voicing Shadow. Okay, so that's what I was wondering. I mean, I thought I heard that somebody else was voicing Shadow before this whole rumor about Christensen. I don't know if it was Jared Leto. Oh yeah, did you guys see that Tron 3 is going into production finally, and they revealed the logo, which they did that thing that I absolutely fucking hate because it's been played out as shit, which is adding a 3 to Tron, which doesn't even make sense. Because anytime that they change the letter of a title to a 3, it's always an E. But they changed the O to a 3 because they thought, well, if we have the design of Tron, we can make it look like it still looks like an O, but it's a 3. And then people are saying, yeah, it looks like Tren, which is a steroid or something like that. It's like, oh, man. Something tells me that's not going to stick. Looks stupid. Stupid. I think the Superman is going to have, I hope it does. That'd be different. I hope it has a Flesher logo. I think Superman will have multiple costumes. He starts the movie with the Flesher. Yeah, but they kind of did that. But they did that with Superman and Lois. I just don't know if they're going to actually do that again because, I mean, they started off with the Flesher costume right off the bat. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. That's the burning question, my friend. That's what everybody's anxiously awaiting about the trunks. I don't mind people complaining, not excited for Superman or for Legacy when it gets to the point that someone can, yeah, I know. See, that's what I like. I like to have reasonable back and forths about it. But sometimes there's just people, that just do not. They do not. I had somebody upset with me on Instagram, and I've seen this guy before. He's been in my Twitter mentions before. He couldn't understand how I how I could praise, and be in love with Snyder Superman and then be excited for this new Superman. This is the kind of fanboy logic that I don't get. It's like you can't understand that I can love a certain type of Superman and also be excited for a new fresh Superman. But yeah, it was just like one of those things. So, I had a little back and forth with him, and then of course, yeah, he just, obviously there's the people that just hate James Gunn with all their, with every fiber of their being. So there's no convincing those kind of people. I can't even like have a discussion with because they just, it was just like trying to have the same discussions with people that hate Zack, that hate Zack Snyder with every fire. You just can't have discussions with these people. There's nothing you could do. Just a thought. Would you watch Michael Bay? Yeah. He was supposed to do Lobo at one point. Remember? This was like 5 years ago or so. This was a long time ago. They said a Lobo movie was in development, and then that Michael Bay, he was either going to produce it He was going to be involved somehow. I think it might have been producer. I don't know if it was director. I don't know. But Michael Bay was going to be involved in a Lobo movie at one point. That didn't go anywhere. Tony Movie Chappie D9 Neil Blomkamp fan. Dave, question. Do you think Martha Kent will be in Superman Legacy? Yeah. Why wouldn't she be? I think that would work, right? I hope WBD does a big San Diego Comic-Con showcase for, yeah, me too. But I'm not sure if they'll be able to do it. They should, but we shall see. I'm not expecting a Legacy teaser trailer. Yeah, they won't have anything. If anything, they'll have the actors there. But yeah, I mean, they might not do anything either because they have to, they have to save that money. So, hey, what's going on, Fear Jason? Good to see you, bud. The Brown Super Bowl was beating my... It's definitely true. I've known about her for years. Yeah, because of that. Never heard it. Yeah, exactly. So it's kind of like that. Still debating if I'm gonna buy the Suicide Squad game because another game I've been eagerly anticipating, the Persona 3 remake drop. Okay, yeah, I gotta pick or choose. Gotta pick and choose. Heard a podcast where Snyder mentions director's cuts of Rebel Moon will likely release. Yeah, it's essentially what he said on here too. The last time he was on. I don't want to get Suicide Squad event. Oh, yeah, you do. Trend. Yeah, I know. It's a little weird. Yeah, it's I don't know why they decided to put a 3 in there. He said that here. Yeah, there you go. Right there. Thank you, Scott. There's Scott. Let's see. If I'm being honest, Sony should just bring in an all new Spider-Man since they seem to indecisive. And I hope to God they don't make his universe canon. Yeah, I don't know what's going to be happening with that. It's so weird. Say it. That Tron name. Yeah, it's dumb. I hate it when they do that stuff. It's just so stupid. You know what's grinding my gears when these dummies say Rachel is a better actor than Amy because she. And yeah, I mean, yeah, some people do that. They do the awards thing, I mean, as far I haven't seen Rachel in really anything, so I mean, I can't agree with that. And I think Amy Adams she should have won some kind of Oscar since. I mean, yeah, I don't agree with that. I'm like, I'm gonna say Amy Adams is the better actress, at least right now. But nothing against Rachel. I mean, from what I've seen from the clips of the Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, she's a powerhouse for sure. I think she's gonna be great. She's gonna be a great Lois. The character, what's going on, Kellex? The character Superman in this case is bigger than any director or actor. Yeah, I love the character and want to see more movies with him. Yeah, I know. Batman's kind of like that too. It's like the character transcends whoever's creating it, and even like the actor who's underneath it, because you'll never see remember I always said, like, when it comes to the Marvel movie posters, you always had to have Robert Downey Jr. without his helmet on. You had Chris Evans without the Captain America helmet on. Tom Holland without the Spider-Man mask on. It's like, yeah, you'll never see that with a Batman poster. It's like I mean, obviously when you look at the Batman poster, there is like, him, and then there's like Bruce Wayne, in a smaller, but it's like the character is always going to transcend whoever is the actor. And it's interesting. It's interesting because, the past two, because now we have, him as Batman, and, because it's always interesting because I was thinking about this when it comes to the Batman, the guys who played Batmen, Michael Keaton, Val Kilmer, George Clooney. I mean, those are household names. Ben Affleck, household names. Robert Pattinson, even, I mean, I know he's not like a household name like the others, but it's just they're household names. They're people that who they are. People knew who Michael Keaton was. He was already made a name for himself. People knew who Val Kilmer was. He was already pretty damn popular. People knew who George Clooney was. Ben Affleck, he was already established actor, big time actor, director. Robert Pattinson, already people know who they were. But when it comes to Superman, it just seems like, did anybody know who Brandon Ruth was? No. Anybody know who Henry Cavill was? No. David Cornsweet? No. It just seems like when it comes to Superman, they are always going, even Christopher Reeve. And, there's a whole thing when it came to that whole thing. It's like anytime they cast a Superman, they cast an unknown. But when they cast a Batman, you already know that name. They've already been established. It is kind of weird. So I'm kind of curious when it comes to Batman Brave and the Bold, is that same trend going to happen? Are they going to cast somebody that is already known? Or is it just going to be a name where you go, what? Who's that? I don't even know who that is. We'll see, I guess. We shall see. It's going to be interesting. I think Tron 3 will be... yeah. See, there you go. You should be part of the marketing, Axel. Because they really sound like the Alakazoo right there. So good. I love that Snyder wanted to lean. Yeah, I know. She's fantastic. It's going to be hard to top her Lois. Yeah, Talladega Nights. That was when I first got introduced to her. Or maybe it was The Office. Can't remember. Yeah, but they already announced the casting of who was playing. Would they have our... No, I don't know if... They still haven't announced everybody. Oh, yeah, I forgot about Bale. But Bale was... I mean, I guess you could say Bale was somewhat... But he already made his... I mean, I remember like when I was like, oh yeah, Christian Bale, that's the American Psycho guy. So maybe Bale was like the most unknown. Interesting. But he was already kind of making a name for himself, and not to mention he was a child actor. He was in a Steven Spielberg movie. I don't know. Yeah, so it is interesting. I don't know. There's just like a trend. Oh God, if that were to happen, I would be like, nope, cancel the whole thing. Please cancel the whole freaking thing. Nothing against Timothy Chalamet. She could eat me. Oh, jeez. Watch out there. Do you think we'll get a Green Arrow? We might. I think there should be. The vodka has been consumed. Ooh. The vodka has been consumed. All right. Let's see who we got here. All right. Let's see. Just setting out the invite. Okay, sending some invites. Get the panel on here. All right. Boop. All right. Sorry, just doing this right now. Is that everybody? Nope, that's not everybody. Yeah, it is everybody. I think that. All right. Forgot one person. All right. I think we're all right. All right. We'll see what happens. I don't know. We'll see if we'll have a good Green Arrow. I mean, I think that'd be pretty sweet. People saying Rachel is better than Amy, or saying, yeah, you can like both actors. I know, exactly. It's like, no, they're both like good in their own, in their own lane, I guess you could say. Yeah. So. Let's see. Bale, the worst Batman. He's not the worst Batman. It's still Clooney. Come on. It's still Clooney. I like his Bruce Wayne. I like Clooney's Bruce Wayne, and we'll say that. Yeah, he was in the news. I mean, that's the thing. Is like, it's like it just seems like when it comes to any time that it just seems like when a Batman gets cast, it's like, oh yeah, you already know the name a little bit. But man, when a Superman gets cast, you're like, the fuck is this guy? Seems like that's just the trend. I was just kind of thinking about that. I'm like, yeah, Because even when Bale was cast, I was like, oh yeah, he was the American Psycho guy. I love that movie, so I already like knew who he was. But I think he was probably the most unknown, if you think about it. But then again, I was very young when Keaton got cast, but I know there was a big. If the internet was around when he got cast, holy shit! I mean, they were sending letters into Warner Brothers like, "No, cast Mr. Mom." I was like, well, good thing they didn't go for the first actor that they wanted to get for Batman '89, which was like Bill Murray. That would have been what? What's going on, Indra? Good to see ya. Okay. David Spade, this guy. Colin Farrell, he almost was. He was almost Batman in the early 2000s when they were trying to do a Batman versus Superman movie. Of course, they had like Jude Law. They wanted Jude Law. That was what's his name? Can't remember his name. That was trying to get that movie going. Goddamn, it's like right there. Billy Porter as Val-Zod. All right, guys. Well, I appreciate all the questions and everything. But go ahead and sit back and we'll get some of these beeps in here. I got that. All right. Display the names. All right. Where is it at? There we go. First off, we got Scott! What's going on, sir?
This feels early for me. I don't understand.
I know, it is kind of strange.
Half the audience isn't asleep already.
I know, right? Usually Scott gets here pretty late, but schedule changes, which is one of the reasons why we did DC Fanimated last night, which actually, it was a lot of fun, and it was kind of like cool to do it on Thursday.
It was really cool to do it on Thursday. So if you haven't seen it yet, go watch Brave New Metropolis and watch our stream from last night. It was fun. You learn about some fascist fashion. Just gonna say that.
I like it. Fascist fashion. And we got William from the Sci-Fi Center joining right now.
No vodka, but here you go.
Well, of course, I know.
I don't know. I think Mountain Dew's more dangerous. Just saying.
He's gonna be like, nice shirt too, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah, they sent me my shirt. I wish we could have sent me a lot more, but I'll wear it for everybody else who donated to the campaign.
I saw you post the shirt, and I was like, that's cool. I like it.
Yeah, they reached out to me, asked me what color, what size. I'm like, the biggest one you have, and one that's color neutral, and that I can wear with anything. So I'll be wearing. There you go. Kind of cool.
Nice. And you got a watch party thing happening tomorrow, right?
Yeah, tomorrow at 2 p.m. Pacific time, we're doing Army of the Dead. So it's the next leg in our fundraiser, or our March to 10 grand by April 19th. So right now we're at 5350. So our goal tomorrow is to get as close to 7 tomorrow as possible. That's an ambitious goal, but we did in one night we did 2,000 on New Year's Eve, so it is doable.
It is doable.
Yeah. So we're gonna give it a shot, and then hopefully by we hit that goal by the 19th, because we gotta have a special event that should push us over the edge if we're close to it.
Cool. So people want to tune into that or donate. You said what, at 2 p.m. Pacific time?
2 p.m. Pacific time, so I guess 5 p.m. Eastern time. I don't know. I forgot what it is Central, because not everybody.
That'd be 4. Subtract 1. Subtract 1 from Eastern, and that's Central.
There you go.
You know what? I guess I don't know anybody.
Yes, you do. Me.
Oh yeah. I mean, and there are some people that live in St. Louis, Missouri.
Yeah, Scott's in the Central Time Zone, so.
Steven's in the Central Time Zone. That's people true. In the Central Time Zone.
You got some people there.
I don't associate them with their time zone. I've been to Alabama.
Yeah, well, we're Central Time, buddy. That's what happens.
There it is. But anyways, besides that, how do you gentlemen doing on this Friday night?
Well, unfortunately, I started off my night really well. Declan, I think I told you about, I can't remember if I said this online or not, but Declan, we continued with Declan's first watch through of the MCU. Tonight was Thor.
How'd he like it?
He liked it. I forgot how gorgeous that movie is.
Dude, I mean,
it's beautiful.
Yes. I mean, it's so funny because, obviously when it comes to the main 4 of the Avengers, I mean, Thor, he could be the weakest one. And, when the phase Phase 1 movies came out, Thor might have just been like, hey, you know, it's probably like the weaker one of the group. But then where they took Thor, and then you go back and watch that first one, you go, holy shit, this is actually really good.
It was aged extremely well. I'm gonna say that it was good. So they enjoyed that, but then our friend Adam Stabelli then had to tag me on Twitter. I'm glad he warned me, but Max has canceled a flight attendant, and that just made me sad.
Yeah, for 2 seasons.
I know.
2 seasons.
They're canceling everything, man. They're canceling everything. And Scott, you're already pixelating. Cheers. You know how it is. Of course.
Oh, he's probably dealing with weather. Their weather back there is not.
Oh yeah, he said there's some of that. I don't know, but it's just like he had to like exit in and out a couple of like probably about 3 or 4 times last night with our stream. So it's just I don't know if it has something to do with the weather. Maybe, who knows?
Oh no, our internet was a mess. Like I came home from work and it was going in, it was going out. So yeah, there is some funkiness going on with the internet over here. So I'm not surprised.
Yeah, it happens. But you're good now. You're good now. But we got somebody from the land down under. We got Mr. Axel joining.
Hey everyone, how's everyone doing? Been a while. Happy New
been a
Year.
little
Well, I
bit.
mean, like
Yes.
New Year, but yeah, everyone's doing well.
Doing good. Nice hat.
Cheers.
I like it.
Oh yeah, thank you. This is like a new one I got for Christmas because I lost my previous one.
Okay. What are you drinking?
Just Pepsi.
Oh, okay. Nothing with it.
Nah, nothing with it. I'm a lightweight, so I don't really drink too often.
He's not old enough to drink, Dave.
I know. At least I know.
God, I'm playing.
It's kind of funny. We had to specify. It's like, yeah, drink, Axel. Wait, you in your
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah. Can't do that over here. We can't condone that either over here. But you know, it's fine. But and thanks for joining, Axel.
I got this the other day also.
What'd you get? Oh yeah, you got Arkham That's Arkham Batman, right?
Yeah, it's like a black and white edition, except it's got blood on it, which is really cool.
Yeah, I got the. They did an entire set for Arkham City.
Yeah, it comes
one
with
all in color and
Solomon
one all in black and white. And you built Solomon Grundy, but because it was Batman, Catwoman, Ra's al Ghul, and the Penguin.
Yeah, it was Penguin. Yeah, that's right. Yes.
Did you guys who got the BVS?
I did.
No shit.
I did it.
I would have never thought. I know. I figured
Before it's sold out, you better believe I got it.
I know. I saw you post that. It was like it sold out. I was like, damn, that went quick.
And it was sold out. And the pre-orders were sold out everywhere. Like I double checked. I went to each retailer, and all the pre-orders were sold out. Now, of course, it's McFarlane. They'll restock. They did it with the Batman '89 Batmobile double set, but it's just kind of cool when on that first day they just are like, boop, gone.
I know. People were sending it to me and stuff like that, and I was like, I'm gonna hold back because I was like, kind of like pinching the pennies right now. But man, it was like somebody DM'd me it. And I think like 10 minutes later, like, hope you got one because they're gone now. I was like, oh shit. And then I saw your tweet and I was like, good Lord, man.
I did in fact see like a Batmobile from like the Keaton Batmobile from the Flash that they made like in one of my local stores, and it was like really expensive, like $100 and something. $130. And I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Give it about 3 months, they'll resolicit them. They'll be back out in the market.
Yeah. It was all pre-order. When did they actually get sent to you? Hopefully not.
Okay. Hold on. No, it's actually I've done that before with McFarlane, so I'm not joking. I'm like, Dave, you're fucking around. No, actually, that's been a thing. But let me see. When am I expecting that? March 11th.
Okay, so not too bad. So you got to wait about a month and a half. Yeah,
I've waited so much longer for McFarlane's. I'm okay with.
Well, you've waited. You remember how long you waited for that Darkseid statue?
Oh yeah, 2 years. Yeah.
Where is that? Where do you have that now?
Oh, it's
it took me like several months to finally get my Full Circle shirt. It took me like 5 months to get that shirt, and I was so happy when I finally got it.
And Will, to answer your question, it's in the same room it's been since I It's in the same room I unboxed it in. It's right
Okay.
there. Yeah, you've got to imagine the layout. I'm in literally the back, like this is the back wall of my house,
Okay.
right? Oh, I take that back. This is the back wall. This is the side wall. But and then my office is literally right there, and that's where the Darkseid statue is.
Okay. But I remember when you were unboxing it, it looked like it was sitting right next to your table or something. I'm like, well,
Well, there's a desk in there as well, and I had moved my entire setup into the office for the purposes of the unboxing. So
Okay.
yeah,
That thing is cool. I still can't believe you got that.
I still can't believe my wife just saw it and went, "That's scary. I don't want to see that again," and moved
that's
on. That's it.
That's it. Everybody was wondering when she was gonna see that thing and if he was going to,
There's a reason that the Patreon, the patreon.com/squawk me was called Scott is a Dead Man. And I love it. If you go to our epilogue episode, all Ray can talk about is you fucking got away with it. How did you fucking get away with it?
Well, I mean, that's the thing. It was the perfect camouflage because you have already so many things
I have so much
displayed.
shit.
Yes.
I have so much shit.
You have
down
so much
here.
shit that she just looked at it and went, I never seen that before. That's freaky. And then that was it.
That was
She
it.
thought it was already, it's probably been there for a bit. No questions asked. She doesn't listen to any live streams or podcasts or anything. Good on you.
And my parents think it's hilarious.
Oh, that's so good.
My dad watched that stream.
Yeah.
They gave me the table he's sitting on right now.
That's so hilarious. I love that.
Yeah, my wife doesn't watch my stuff, but my mom and my dad do. Love you, Mom and Dad.
I know. It is kind of, yeah. I mean, that's nothing wrong with that, right? Especially when you're talking about this stuff and buying stuff. Ooh-wee. Man, I still remember the box showing up. You sent me a picture of the box, and then I sent that picture to Zach, and Zach was like, "Oh my God." He's like, "Yeah, look at how big this thing is. We're unboxing it time if you want to show up," which of course he did. And I mean, that was just super fun. And how sweaty you got, man.
And drunk, sweaty and drunk, it's the way these things work.
Good combination.
Yeah. Oh man. But I finally picked up some alcohol today because now that I don't work Friday nights, it was nice to be able to have pizza night with my boys. And so I got some seltzers, got some beer, and then I was like, and I get to be on the Vodka stream tonight. So I need alcohol.
There you go. Gotta love it. So
what are we talking about?
What are we talking about? I mean, I guess we can start off by talking about one of the big debates that was happening this week. Well, we could talk about that Variety article talking about about Batman and Superman.
I didn't even read that article. What was it even about? I just heard it. I just heard it go around, and I didn't really look into it because I haven't been on Twitter yesterday.
There was a public domain article and a hit piece at the same time, and I'm
trying. Oh, that one. Okay, yeah, okay.
Well, okay, I'm going to be honest. Personally, I didn't watch your short, Dave, that you did only because I don't.
How dare you?
No, it's because I don't entertain. I don't entertain. Hit pieces. So it's just I'm more interested in what the objective information was about the copyright. Because Disney made copyright law last so long because they tried to keep Mickey Mouse in copyright for as long as possible. They literally have lobbied and changed copyright law to keep copyrights extending so they could keep Mickey Mouse. So I'm very curious, what is the story about Batman and Superman and copyright?
So basically, I mean, the article again, it's Tatiana Segal.
Oh, that fucker. Okay.
Yes, exactly, Scott. Exactly.
So that's all I need to know. I could give a shit. We can move on at this point.
Exactly. So the opening paragraph, of course, has to take a shot at Zack Snyder.
Of course, because that's what she does.
Yes,
so.
And the fact that, and it was funny because the morning show that I listened to even brought it up, but of course they brought it up all wrong because they don't know the details, nothing against them. But I was just like one of those, I was like, I want to call in and clarify what exactly was going on here because they brought up the fact that Zack at one point, or at least when it came to what he wanted to do, when it came to his Justice League story, is to have Bruce Wayne impregnate Lois. But then, of course, she goes, and then Superman is cuckolded because of it. And it's like, what?
No, he was
That's not what
dead.
being
He
cucked
was
means.
dead.
He was
you
dead
know?
at the time. Yes.
That's not what being cucked means. Do people
I know
what-
exactly. So she had to make it sound like Zach was doing something creepy, and he even said like an unknown source at Warner Brothers. They passed on it because they considered it super creepy. It's like, really? Who the fuck told you that? Some unknown source told you super creepy. So the first two paragraphs were about that, and then they finally went into the details that had nothing to do with Zack Snyder and had everything to do about Batman and Superman and even like Wonder Woman and the details of these characters becoming public domain, which when it comes to 2034, Superman and Lois become public domain, but they have to be their original versions, and he can't be wearing an S. So you can't even have the emblem on his chest.
Well, you can have the emblem. It can't be.
Oh yeah, can't be what it
Have
looks
be like a lowercase s.
Yes.
So the way it is the way the characters first appeared is what's falling in the public domain. So that first version of Superman, if you don't wait for each aspect to fall out of public domain, like if you wanted to do it right as it went into public domain, he can't even fly.
No, he literally leaps tall buildings in a single bound.
Oh, yeah.
You know, that's the Superman who like runs across power lines because he can't fly, you know.
Yeah.
Because that's what was created in 1938.
Yeah,
so,
you can't even have kryptonite.
No, because kryptonite was on the radio show.
Yeah.
Like that wasn't even in the comics. So
now as time goes on, it's like a sliding scale. Certain things certain characters will. So if you want to wait long enough, you can. What killed me about our article, because it was very unprofessional.
Will Tatiana Siegel unprofessional. I mean, come on.
But it's sad because some of the difference between back in the day when the trades actually meant something is they weren't competing with the internet. They weren't trying to outdo Twitter heads and people on YouTube and people on just outright internet. And their editors would be like, no, you can't take this to print because you're going to make us look stupid. But now they're competing directly with the immediate news cycle. So they're basically keeping up with the Joneses. That's how articles like this get out. But the article, like I was trying to cover the article right as it came out because it was the one that was out, the one that had the most lawyerly news in it, because you had quotes from lawyers and everybody explaining things in it. But I'm zooming through the article and it fucking derailed the show because everybody wanted to talk about her. And, it was like, wow, I wish I should have just skipped it and went right to the meat of the article, which was the heart of the article was the public domain situation, and there is an actual fact, if you did want Zack Snyder to do something, you want to wait 12, 15 years till we're all in our 50s, 60s, and 70s, then obviously certain aspects would fall in the public domain. But that was the only relevant Snyder part that was in the article that she could have left in. But the rest of it was the usual thing. I hate to say that about somebody who's supposed to be a professional journalism, but she has a pattern there, and it's annoying. It gets old.
Well, but that's also because, unfortunately, certain individuals on the internet will make noise about it, and then you've literally given her what she wants. And we say this every time, and everyone still, it's called bait for a reason.
Yeah.
So everyone just keeps on biting. And it's like, we can have a discussion about Batman and Superman, or Will, as you've correctly pointed out certain aspects. It's kind of like the Steamboat Willie version of Mickey Mouse is what's fallen to public domain.
He can't wear gloves. He has to have the dots for eyes. There's certain aspects of it, but the cooler headline though is, oh my God, everything's going to be poo, blood, and honeyed. And there's certain industry standards, like Superman is out there already. So if you try to make some BS, low grade stuff, you're going to look like a fool and nobody's going to take you seriously. So if you're going to do this, if you're going to do something with Superman, you're going to need to spend some money and actually make it look decent. Otherwise, nobody's going to take it seriously. So it's interesting because eventually a lot of these works will fall in the public domain, but DC is still producing the IP, so you're up against that.
Well, and that's one of the things that was quoted in there. I forgot by who, but they said that they've known about this for so long that it's like, all right, keep freshening up these characters, so then when this happens, nobody can really take the current character and utilize it. Someone has created a new element that is
That's
that
there.
starts the clock all over again.
Yeah, you don't get Robin with Batman. You can't do that because Robin was added later, and just a lot of things
Yeah, I
added.
think so, no.
You only got to wait 2 years though.
Yeah, right.
How
And-
long was the Joker? When was the
No,
was the
Joker,
Batman number
Catwoman,
one.
and Robin showed up all in the same issue.
They all came in the same issue.
Okay.
Batman number 1 is when you get Robin, Joker, and Catwoman all introduced, which is why Jerry Robinson technically should be credited as a co-creator on all those characters, because Jerry Robinson was drawing the book at that time, credited to Bob Kane a lot of times, but still it was actually Jerry Robinson.
Oh, that Bob.
Finger
Kane.
wasn't
God
given a
Bob
lot of
Kane.
credit in the beginning days either. And
Oh,
later
he was
on,
what it took till Gotham and Batman v Superman for Bill Finger to finally get on-screen credit.
decades after he's dust, he gets.
I know, but once again, that Hulu documentary is fantastic. If you still haven't watched the Hulu documentary on Bill Finger,
Yeah, I gotta watch that.
Batman and Bill,
Yeah.
fabulous
Yeah.
documentary.
I gotta watch that. All right, we got a couple other people joining in right now. We got Chris and we got Phil. What is happening?
Wait, tell me, that's not
gentlemen?
Chris, that's Nightwing.
Hey,
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Phil.
Thank
yeah,
you.
happy birthday, Phil, man.
Thank you. Thank
So
you.
how old are we? 17?
I wish. I wish I was 17 again. No, 32.
But you act like you're 17. It's okay.
Fuck you. No, I don't.
I just said you act young, Phil. What's the problem with that?
I'm not 17. I don't act 17 though. I'd prefer if it be like 21. I'd accept 21.
There you go, 21. That's a better one.
Yeah.
We can turn you into Zac Efron for a movie. How about
Oh
that?
God.
17 again.
Hey,
You know what?
I,
Hey,
I
will
enjoy
say
that
this,
movie.
Not a bad
I
movie. Not a
enjoy
bad
that movie. So-
Matthew
Phil
Perry
could
may
play
be
like a
rest
younger version of Peter Safran.
oh, jeez.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I had to.
You had to.
Yeah,
No,
I had
but,
to.
Yeah, but
Was
that's
that-
actually.
and everyone, I'm calling on a collective effort because Chris and I, we're toy buddies. We're collector buddies, but
Toy
it's
friend.
we are in the toy squad. So help Chris out
Okay.
when that Batman figure. When it goes up for restock, someone send that man a link so that he can get a
I was a
Batman
little,
figure.
I was a little occupied at work. I was a little
Give me a
occupied at
message. I'll
work.
send you a link as
So
soon as it pops up.
Yeah, you'll be all right. It'll show up again.
it will. It's
Yeah.
it'll happen. It's the initial rush, but I'm glad it's sold out. I am glad it's sold out. It sends a
Well, they
message.
tell you when you order it, it's going to be resolicited. They
Oh,
tell
yeah,
you
there
when
you go.
see it, it's going to be resolicited. It's no, yeah, you just have to wait.
Yeah.
For it to come out because I know I missed it.
Yeah.
But at Chris Balga on Twitter, send him the link, folks.
There we go.
Okay.
Everybody just tag him.
I'll
real
just
quick.
text him. If I buy one, I'll just text him.
There you go.
There you go.
Gonna text over.
Appreciate
but,
it.
Of course, Chris. I got your back, man.
But thank you, gentlemen, for joining. Yeah, we were just in the middle of talking about the Variety article, talking about Batman and Superman being in public domain in a decade.
Wonder Woman
Wonder Woman's gonna happen in what 2036, right? It's like years.
Well,
like
Because she was 19. Okay, because Superman was 1938, Batman
Yeah.
was 1939, and Wonder Woman was 1941.
Right. So it would
So
be
she-
2037.
yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Mm.
It's gonna be interesting because I mean, look again, just going by the Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, and the the Mickey Mouse video game that was. It's like they're already gonna have like these ready to go.
Mhm.
You know, before they can even make it public. It's just kind
I
of.
mean, you sort of had Brightburn, which was like a
Yeah, but it wasn't
without
like,
being-
it wasn't Superman.
yeah, I
but,
know, but like
yeah, but it was like a version like that, which I enjoyed, to be honest. I thought it was,
yeah, it was pretty.
I wish
creepy.
they
Okay,
actually
I've been meaning to ask. So I still have not seen Brightburn, but I
Oh.
just need to know this. I just need to know this. How gory is it?
It's
not
gets
too
pretty-
More, most of it is implied. I mean,
Yeah.
It's
Someone
implied. It's
draws
more
it.
implied than actual like on screen.
Isn't someone's
Are you
I
worried
look
about you or watching with other people?
Me, I'm worried about
Okay.
me.
Okay.
not big on gore. Yeah.
No,
Every man for
because-
himself.
Well, as I've stated, I literally have a diagnosed medical condition. This is a legitimate concern for me, folks. So I'm like, how bad is it when it comes to the gore in that movie?
I think it's
I
pretty
wouldn't
good.
put it on Saw. It's definitely not Saw
That's
level.
fine. 'cause
not
I've never
Saw.
seen Saw.
that-
Doesn't
that's a lot
someone's
of
jaw
room.
get like falls off or something? Or Was that in Salt? I
What?
was about to say Saltburn. Wasn't that in Brightburn?
What?
I don't
Snow-
Like,
see
didn't
Brightburn.
some's jaw get
It's
like
Oh yeah,
like,
yeah.
or-
The reverse.
someone's
the
jaw got
reverse mask.
well, yeah.
Okay, yeah,
and-
yeah. Because like you had that thing on where it would like rip your yeah.
Reverse haircut.
No, it's not. It's not. Yeah, you're right. It's not Saw. It's got gore, but it's not. I don't think it. I mean, it's been a bit since I've seen
It's
it.
not
but-
over the top.
It's not over the
No,
top.
I mean,
think
someone's.
it'd be
I mean,
fine.
glass falls in someone's eye, which that kind of got me a bit. Don't
Yeah.
do that.
I mean, it
I
depends on
haven't
what your
seen
tolerance level is, but I didn't think it was
Yeah.
that bad at all.
Okay. Yeah. So it's.
Okay.
I think you might be able to handle this. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe I don't know. Yeah. It's right there on the line. Maybe.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah.
I mean, the last time anything really got me in a movie was the bathroom scene from It Chapter 1.
Oh yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Because that goes on and on
That's
and
not right.
on.
Does not stop.
no.
But yeah,
Dismemberment in that one.
Yeah. But yeah, so I mean, but yeah, when it comes to that article, it was just like, why do you have to start it off like that? And of course they
Because
did.
we know why.
Well,
We know why.
it's,
all know
it's,
why.
it's even throughout the article, even at the end of the article.
It's
Like, why do you even bother putting it out there? Because I know why, to get clicks. But even with the whole idea, like how the headline's so clickbaity at that point, it still reminds me of when Marvel just settled their dispute with the Ditko estate. You know, and people were freaking out. Oh, we're losing Spider-Man. They're losing Doctor Strange. No. You're missing the details. It's about profit sharing and things like that. But then
It's
people
about
say, oh, we're losing
paying.
Batman. We're losing Joker. No, you're losing a version of the character that you have not cared or seen about in ever for some people.
Right.
80 years and counting. So
Yeah.
I think
and
we'll be
you're
okay.
not losing it. It just does. It's just no longer. Because even when stuff goes into the public domain, it doesn't mean DC can't not publish it. It
Right.
just stops other
Yeah.
people. It just means that
There's no
other people.
exclusivity.
Yeah, right. I remember because like when certain books go, into public domain, like when The Great Gatsby finally went into public domain, you better believe that Schreiber, the publisher, they were trying to publish every exclusive kind of edition they could before they lost exclusive rights. That's the deal with copyright, is that it doesn't mean you can't stop publishing it. It just means you stop being the only one
Right.
who can publish it.
Yeah, so those it's going to be interesting. But yeah, they talk about all the details in there, which was the best
But
part
it's
of the
buried.
Yeah, it's buried
Very
underneath,
buried.
like, taking
Gonna-
shots, talking about Superman being cuckolded and shit like that. It's just ridiculous, but I had fun ripping it apart on my video. At least
It was a good video. I watched
I
that right
loved it.
before I
I
came on.
Thank
did what I couldn't do while I was reading the article, trying to get
Yeah.
to the actual news of it. So
So,
thank you for that
I-
video.
I saw that article on Threads from J.M. DeMatteis. I don't know what I think I know what compelled him to share it. He was more concerned about the copyright of the characters more than the actual article itself. But I clicked on it, read it, and then I was like, why does this sound like something that was written by Tatiana Siegel? I scrolled up, looked at it was written by her, and I was like, dear fuck, I can't even finish this. I got like a paragraph into it, and I was like, yeah, no, I'm not going to continue reading this garbage because that's what it is. It's nothing but pure fucking garbage.
I mean,
So-
That's
thing
the
is,
sad
like,
part is
the-
the first paragraph of it is garbage, and you get
Yes.
to where the lawyers are being quoted, which is actually the heart of the article, and then it goes and it tips off with garbage. So it's a garbage sandwich, but in the middle, there's
The actual good
and-
stuff.
and that's what makes me wonder even about like her editors at that point. That's what an editor's job is to do before you publish something like that. You look through it and I'll be like, nope, we're not putting this. The
That's the
heart
old
of the
days.
article's there, but that
That's
day's
not-
gone.
That's the pre-internet days. Like I
Yeah.
said, when you didn't have the internet and all these marks doing this stuff like at the rate of speed, these once credible outlets didn't have to compete with that. They didn't lose viewers. They didn't lose attention to that.
Mhm.
So now the editorial structure is that I just need you to get us the most attention. Now it's clicks. Whatever you can do to keep us on what used to be given to us, do it. Because they're keeping up with the Joneses. They have to outpace the knucklehead, like a guy like me sitting in front of a Logitech cam is now competing with the people that are used to have like literally make six figures doing this and doing it right. Before the internet, that article editor would have taken his red pen and marked off that first paragraph and that last paragraph and threw it back at her and said, "Get this done right." And then
watch any movie about the newspaper business,
Mhm.
and that was made in the old days, and you would have, the biggest one I can think of is go back and watch All the President's Men.
Yeah.
The Post. Watch the Post.
Yeah, the Post.
Yeah,
too.
the Post.
Yeah. Which is basically the same topic. But yeah.
Or at that point, look at Spotlight.
Yes.
Ooh, wow. That
How
movie,
long-
I
how
walked
long
out
that
feeling
went on.
so gross after that movie. You're talking about Spotlight with Michael Keaton and
Mhm.
Mark Ruffalo.
Hello, and there was a
Talk
lot
about
of-
the Catholic Church, and good God, I walked out just going, just that movie made me just feel like it's like one of those movies, because at the end they show you all the cases that were never solved. They just show you like this long and it's just like, good God, it's just gross. Anyway, sorry.
But once again, the point though was that even though those were important stories, you had editors going, "Oh fuck no, you can't publish this until it is like
You don't have it.
you don't have it. You can't just say things like you have to, like it has to be locked down, indisputable, our asses covered."
I just remember that line from Robards basically saying, "You're about to accuse, the number
President of the United States
and his chief of staff of that. No, you better believe we're going to get everything checked out."
But see, and those guys, every one of these outlets has like a lawyer or some kind of counsel that sits in console with these guys. But now it's not about getting it accurate. It's about being first and being the first to trigger somebody. And to be honest with you, like I said, I said the other day, the word rumor has fucked up movie talk.
Yeah.
There is no bigger word that is
Scooper
fucked up
madness.
movie talk more than rumor.
Madness. Well, and then what's funny too is like if you look at that article, she's not the only one that wrote it. So you go, okay, there's two writers on there. There's two listed authors, and I'm like, okay, I know which part she wrote, and I know which part the other. Yeah, you could tell which part she wrote. It's like all the details and everything when it came to the actual subject of the article probably came from the dude that wrote it with her, and she wrote that nifty little opening couple of paragraphs and then closed it off. It's ridiculous just to do that. But I mean, yeah, it's like one of those things, and it worked. We're talking about it. It's just the way it is. I tried
to talk about the actual public domainness of it, but it was wrapped in bullshit. It was like, damn it, this is actually something that's worthwhile talking about. But you're all the outlets are like, in that particular outlet, and she was one of the first ones, or they were one of the first ones to put it out, and they just couldn't do it because what they've done with our fan base is they basically they've hoarded us out, and there's so many people that are at the ready to react to this. There's people out there that they know the keywords, they know what to put in these articles, and I always tell people, don't take the bait, mute them, go on. All they want to do is get you to bite on that worm, and then you done fucked up your whole day typing back at these people. And it's like, and it's not just them. There's other YouTubers. There's an entire cottage industry of just screwing with Snyder fans.
You got to have those red eyes. Red eyes is what sells it.
Yeah. Or the tears, or Snyder with the tears, or something like that. I'm like, I see that. I'm like, but that's how some of these guys pay the rent. That's how they keep the lights on, and that's what we've become now. It's kind of sad, actually.
The new yellow journalism, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, yeah. That's with everything. I mean, it's with everything.
Weird way to live.
Yeah,
it's funny. I was actually listening to Marvel Ultimate Alliance about another yellow journalist earlier today. That's funny. It's funny that gets mentioned.
Like we say, it's news.
It's news. Yeah. Well, they get you talking about it. You're 100% right. And I think, the thing that doesn't really shock me, but kind of does, is like the Miss Seagal cannot help herself at all. It's like she has no self-awareness whatsoever in regards to anything that she's posted, be it the Aquaman 2 hit piece and now this nonsense. It's like she really has no integrity whatsoever, and that just continues to not amaze me at all.
Yeah, it's just the way it is nowadays.
True.
Everybody wants to do that. But speaking of Aquaman, Dolph Lundgren,
that was an interesting.
That
was an interesting interview.
Yeah.
I have to admit, because as someone who I actually was very entertained by Aquaman: The Lost Kingdom. I have to admit, But still, listening to Dolph Lundgren's comments, it makes me hurt for him and Juan a little bit when you just go, it's such. I think the difference with me is that I'm just so used to it at this point. It's
Right.
like, of course, it was a Warner Brothers DC movie. Of course, it got fucked with. They've all been fucked with. It's like,
But even look at, like, when I heard that stuff, it's like, well, of course there's other thing. How many different regimes did he go through in order to make this movie?
Good
Of
point.
course there-
At least
of course
three.
there's
At
three,
least three.
yeah.
Yeah,
At least
three
three.
different times he's had people giving him notes and changing different things. One, I can't blame him for saying, "Yeah, I want to go back to my horror universe and and never
Yep.
see a superhero for a long time." Can't blame you. Same thing with
Sandberg.
Sandberg.
Good
But
for
yeah,
him.
Juan-
He has his new movie coming out.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
Juan probably got it the worst just because of how long this movie's been in development and kicked down the road. And
Yep.
you're never going to hear it from him, but I hear it from Dolph. It's just like, yeah, I buy it, but never going to see it.
And that's a real shame too, right? Because this is following the footstep of the one DC Universe movie that made $1 billion at the box office. You guys really couldn't let this one director make another follow-up to that. No, you guys just had to continue to give him notes no matter what regime it was. And then by the time they got to the second or third rounds of reshoots, you got fucking Peter Safran and Jason Momoa being like, all right, fine, fuck it. Guess we'll take care of it ourselves. And then we get handed what we handed, and we're just like, all right, this is where we're at. Great. Cool. Love it.
One thing about that is every studio interferes with their movie.
Yeah.
Every studio.
Yeah.
Yes,
You're not wrong.
When
You're not
when
wrong.
the wrong decisions are when you don't know what you're doing, that's when it comes to service. Because Feige is on the shoulder of a lot of these people. He interferes, he does, but when it's done seamlessly, it doesn't become news. It's only when it gets screwed up or when you have people who and when it comes to DC, everybody, there's no bad people. I mean, obviously you can name some people that are assholes. But for the most part, the tragedy of DC is most of these people were just not the right people for the positions that they were in. They were bad hires, all the way from top down. You go the teacher all the way down. One bad hire led to many more bad hires, and none of the people that were in their positions were horrible idiots. For the most part, they were just not the people for that job, and no one was there to fire them.
Nope.
That's
Sujihara left, and
firing needs to
then
happen.
yeah. I mean, it was. And it sucks too because especially with the first Aquaman being $1 billion movie, and I mean, one of the things that I even brought up, even talking about that was like, I mean, the fact that it came out in 2018. I mean, that's.
Right. Yep.
How, I mean, I'm not saying that, you needed to have an Aquaman movie ready to go for the following year or even, 2 years, but the fact that it took this long, and I know there's, other things, the COVID and shit like that had also interfered, but it just seemed like, I mean, the principal photography for this movie, I think, ended in January of 2021 or something like that. It was like, I remember like when that featurette came out, it was like, all right, they're moving forward. Look at this. I mean, it seems like things are working out. And that was like at the end of 2020 or at the beginning of 2021. And it didn't come out till, last month. It's like,
Yeah.
wow.
I mean, it just seems that say what you want about the Flash, that should have been the last movie that ended
Of
this.
course.
I
You know,
agree.
It just
I
like
actually
it
agree with
was going to
that,
go out
yeah.
with a whimper, but now it really goes out with a, a quiet shutting of the door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Management
Well,
is
everything-
everything.
Everything got all screwed up too. I mean, again, we're talking about the Hamada regime,
Right.
which of course they were trying to do something when it came to that. And it sucks
Yep.
because, I mean, how excited were we to hear that Ben Affleck was going to be in Aquaman 2 when that news broke? And then it was even like, okay, when it got switched, which one came first?
It was
Keaton-
Michael
Keaton was
Keaton-
first.
Michael Keaton was first, right?
Keaton was
Okay.
first, and
Right.
Ben Affleck happened earlier last year. So.
Yeah. So
Yeah, 'cause
Keaton,
I
You
remember
didn't
Ben
ever get
Affleck-
any like set photos of Keaton on that Aquaman set, or
no, there was no.
No.
That was
We
all
just
shut
heard-
indoors. Yeah.
Yeah, that
Okay.
was all rumor and stuff. But I remember because the Affleck news hit the same day that Super Pets came out.
That's
Right.
right. That's why I went to go see. On Thursday, I was about to go see that, and then all of a sudden, I see the image of Momoa and Affleck, and I'm like, "Oh shit!" I got like a half an hour before my screening, and I like shot, I recorded like a quick like short. posted it and then just drove to the fucking theater to go watch it. But yeah, I mean, it was like it sucks because, I mean, obviously they had a plan when it came to where the Flash fit, and then of course where Batgirl fit. I mean, that's the thing, is like these movies were, at least they had a plan of where these movies were supposed to, like, you know, fit and be set.
Yep.
So to lead into, you know, a crisis, I guess, whatever the hell that they were trying to go for, whatever that guy was trying to go for. And then of course things got rearranged, and then Batgirl got canceled, and it just, everything just went. And then I'm just kind of wondering, I'm like, all right, so what was the scene with Ben Affleck? Was it just going to be like what they shot with Keaton? Because obviously, like, we know that Ben Affleck in The Flash was supposed to be lost in time. And there was a scene that we were going to see where Barry's like monitors were going to go fucking crazy. And then he was going to show up on there and be like, Barry, what did you do? And you have to find me and blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, so what the hell were they trying to do when they put...
I have a theory now. Like, I have a theory, like, you know, in the Flash movie where, you know, you get those hall of suits that, and one of them looked like a scuba diving suit. So I was thinking maybe that could have been the one for Aquaman too. Since
I don't think he was actually going to be in the suit, though. I think it was just going to be Bruce.
All I can say is, because we didn't miss it when it was in the final movie, it clearly wasn't important, no matter who was playing Bruce Wayne. And I think that just kind of goes, and this was something I brought up in the Squadcast Aquaman 2 review.
You did.
This is why cameos are just so exhausting to me now, is that they don't mean anything. If it can be cut out, especially when it's not going to lead to anything, then it didn't need to be there in the first place.
You know what? And it's funny too, because, you know, like people in the chat, they were like, damn it, I wanted to see that. Either one, you know, depending on who their favorite Batman is. I mean, obviously, you know, you got people who were like wanting the Keaton cameo and wanting the Affleck one. And then when it came to, you know, obviously make the jokes, obviously it's not going to happen, because I think James Wan does not give a shit and does not want to campaign for the Wan cut of Aquaman 2. We can make the jokes just because, you know, the Snyder cut, that's just pop culture now. You put a director's name anytime you know that something got fucked with. But if they were to release the Wan cut, there would not be those cameo would not be in there. Neither one.
Neither one, because that was shit that the studio wanted to put in,
right?
Which kind of goes back. It's why at this point it seems so weird that as a 40-plus-year-old nerd who kind of looked forward to the concept of shared universe movies all the way back to, oh my God, Val Kilmer mentioned Metropolis and Batman Forever. I'm now just so damn over it that it's just like, go back to making solo movies. I just that's why.
Opposite.
But let me finish. Like, I'm just so over with the last,
5 years.
No, not even the last 5 years.
Decade.
Like sure. I don't know. It's like in game, like the Infinity Saga with MCU, great. It should have ended there. Like, you had a beginning, a middle, and an end. Boom, it's over. The DCEU never even really got a shot. It was practically being fucked with from day one. Right. So it's just like, go back to making these great standalone movies like The Batman or Joker,
and make the references like they did, and that's it. Make a reference and then
just make a good movie.
Yeah,
that's the thing. Make a good movie. Don't force shit into it because it has to connect to everything else.
Yeah, like the whole Morbius thing. They added that stuff in the trailer, and then they removed it. Right?
Going back to the Aquaman thing, I'm just pulling up some from Comic Book Resources. The vehicle designer for Aquaman released concept images of the possible in the early version of the script. He said, Ocean Master commands 3 kingdoms to join him in an invasion of the surface world. He's met with the resistance in the Justice League. Affleck was originally supposed to join the Justice League's fight against the Ocean Master in the Big Sea. That was an
That
early
was supposed to be in the
First
Aquaman.
movie.
yeah, first
Yeah,
movie, yeah.
and it was
Mhm.
set,
First
and that
movie.
fight was going to be set in Sydney, which is
Mhm.
where I
Yeah.
live. And,
Yeah,
that
that
would
would've
have
been
been,
cool.
that would have been cool.
Yeah.
That would have been awesome. To
And that
see.
would have been more. That would have
I
been
would've-
more of like
I
a
would've
Throne
died.
of Atlantis inspired kind
Yeah.
of
Yeah,
thing.
which would have been
Which-
really cool.
A lot of that movie does kind of take some inspiration from Throne of Atlantis. So,
Mhm.
Mm.
Yeah.
which that story is also inspired by the Aquaman run from Johns to some extent too. So,
Well, because it is his. Because it was
Right.
the in the New 52. It was the Justice League Aquaman
right,
crossover.
right.
Yeah,
So I mean, which once again was a good story.
It was.
it is right.
You know,
yeah.
I feel like at some point I have to stop apologizing for like going. I liked those books. He's an asshole, but those books were good.
Oh,
And-
dude, yeah, I'm right there with you. Like, honestly, that's like one of the few Johns books I still own. I got rid of Batman Earth 1. I got rid of a ton of other Jeff Johns stuff that I have no desire to keep on my shelf. But yeah, that's one of the few ones I do still have on my shelf.
Well, because the Justice League book was good from beginning to end. Like
True. Yeah.
The
Uh,
Jim Lee stuff.
it's not like Batman Earth 1 where you get to volume 3 and that was
It's a
That was
fucking disaster.
it was a disaster.
It was a straight up disaster. No joke. Like, I have not
Yeah.
seen a worse Catwoman suit in a comic since that
Oh,
comic.
wow.
It is
Oh,
fucking
it was
bad.
Well, like, the story
It was
the,
bad.
It's
well, the
just
story was just
yeah.
bad.
That too. The story was fuck awful.
The Earth One stuff was, I love the art. I love Gary Frank's art.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the
Superman
saving grace
one
for
was
it. But it's just like the whole Earth One concept was just no. It didn't. Even the first book, Batman Earth One, is just like meh.
It's like
Yeah,
also,
I like the first book. I enjoy the first book. I reread it and I still enjoy it.
The suit
like-
is good.
it's like All Star Batman and Robin all over again.
Oh,
Almost.
that series is amazing. That's a
Almost.
comedy.
It's a-
I
it's a
will.
comedy.
Well, the thing
Wow.
about Batman and Robin is that you needed to actually have stopped with issue 9 and not gone to issue 10 because if you get to the end, if you get to the end of issue 9, it kind of wraps itself up,
Sure. Yeah.
and then you go to issue 10,
And they kept going. Yeah.
and they kept
Yeah.
going for one issue, and then that led to things that go okay when, and then we never got it. So.
Right.
That was
Right.
supposed to kick off a whole thing because we were at one point supposed to get an All Star Wonder Woman too.
That's true. Yep.
That would have been interesting. Do you know who was supposed to be writing that?
There were way too many things going back and forth. They kept on saying that this whole All Star line was supposed to be kind of a thing, and we only got 2 projects out of it.
I actually, RJ mentions the Wonder Woman Earth 1 book by Grant Morrison is also quite good. It is. It actually is quite
See,
good.
I actually did not care for the Wonder Woman Earth 1 book. That was
Really?
I did not. No,
Oh, okay.
it was a little too. It was Grant Morrison going a little too Grant Morrison.
That's fair. That's fair.
So, because I enjoy Grant Morrison, and then there's Grant Morrison. Like, there's a crisis of infinite Grant Morrisons, and I don't enjoy all of them.
fair.
That's why you get their levels. Like, how Grant Morrison do you want to be? If you want to go real Grant Morrison and really go head scratching, go Invisibles. I'm not going to recommend that to people. However, if you want like reachable Grant Morrison, yeah, you could do the early Batman stuff. That's reachable Grant Morrison.
Yeah. And because there's and I like All Star Superman. Love that
Mhm.
book. I really do
Oh, yeah.
love that book. But then I read stuff like, there's just, damn, that man is weird.
Yeah.
He's on a whole different level.
He's
He-
in his own little
I love
weird sphere of insanity, but
His
multiverse
Animal
insanity,
Man is
it's
really
crazy.
really
His
creepy.
Animal Man is good.
Oh, that's yeah.
Oh, that's character defining for
Mhm.
that.
Yeah,
Definitely.
it's insane.
Yeah. And his
And-
Doom Patrol, I mean, I love that show. And that's,
Yeah.
and that
His-
sh-
his-
He's like name dropped on the show, right?
no, he's in
Yeah.
the show.
In the show. Yeah.
Is it?
He's
Oh, okay.
no, I would no, that wasn't no, that was he didn't show up in Doom Patrol. He showed up in Titans.
Mm.
Oh,
Yeah.
he didn't
Because I
show up
thought
in
like
the
the main
episode?
villain of like the guy who like is like who breaks the fourth wall like mentioned him, like who are you talking to? Grant Morrison fans I'm talking to. Like I thought, yeah.
Was it like that? I don't even remember.
No, it was actually funny enough, it's in season 4 of Titans. It's a Beast Boy episode, and it is co-written by Jeff Johns, and it is the worst episode of
Is that
that.
the Doom? Is that the one where they introduce him, Doom Patrol?
No,
season 4. It's
He's in
like,
season 4.
I still
are you
haven't
talking
watched
about the
season 4.
multiverse episode?
Yes.
I'm talking about,
Yeah.
it's where like
Yeah, I
Beast
was
Boy
like-
sees all the
Visions.
images of the multiverse.
Yeah, it was not a good like
No,
I
it was
actually
horrible.
really enjoyed season 4 of Titans for the most part. It reminded me of season 1, which is still my favorite season of Titans, but that episode was like, what the hell is this? And then I get to the end.
Yeah.
And then you get to the end of the episode and I saw who wrote it and I went,
That
that
makes
makes sense.
Ah.
That makes sense.
I get it now. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I
Didn't
still
he
watched season
co-write
4.
that with Ryan Potter?
Yes, that was
Yeah.
the deal. And it just
Yeah.
no, it was like the entire season just stopped for this one Beast Boy episode. It was like, no, you could have done Beast Boy right in a completely different way because there was no reason, because it was Beast Boy and Bawana Beast in that episode.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Jeff Johns should spend any more time in trying to adapt these characters into live action. Clearly, he's just not good at it.
Well, which is funny because, early on, like he did that 2-part Justice Society episode of Smallville that I really liked. It was a good 2-parter. He also wrote the Blue Beetle and Booster Gold episode of Smallville. Like that worked really well. And
He also did Stargirl too, right? I mean,
he did do
Stargirl
Stargirl,
is
but
his invention.
but it's
yes.
his baby.
Yeah.
But the better episodes were not written by him. They were written by, the other writers on the staff.
There's something to be said about it. You're too connected to your material. It's not going to come out as well. And I think, like we've said before, there's his comic book writing, for the most part, is some top notch stuff.
Yeah.
Say what you want. It is top notch.
So,
But when it comes to live action and him trying to, I mean, I think like when they were trying to appoint him to be like the Kevin Feige of the DCU,
I
He has
remember
no, he has no
was their
resume.
biggest
He's not a
mistake.
movie maker.
yeah, he's
Well,
not a
and-
movie maker. Yeah.
and that's sometimes the issues you get, because I've seen other comic book writers who do screenplays, and you just have to go, these are two different mediums.
Yeah.
And just because you're a good writer in this one, it's kind of the joke of why. And I'm trying to remember which movie makes fun of this. It's actually, I think, part of like what they talk about in The Offer when they bring in Mario Puzo. Like they say, you never get the author to write the movie of their book.
Oh
I
yeah.
love that series. That miniseries was great.
Oh, that
Oh, that
really
miniseries
was
is
stellar.
fantastic.
Great.
Yeah.
Fun
but-
fact: Puzo wrote the first Superman script.
Yeah,
Yep.
the first draft
Draft.
of it.
I
Yeah.
think,
Superman
didn't he?
Legacy?
Scott, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't he mention that in the offer
It
too?
gets mentioned
Yeah.
in the finale of The
Yeah.
Offer because they as always with these biopics, they like crunch,
Yeah.
time and events. But at the premiere of The Godfather, he mentions that he's getting paid like $1 million by Warner Brothers to write a treatment for Superman. And
A 500-page treatment.
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
and the script was technically what becomes Superman 1 and 2.
Yep.
And then because it was that, imagine
Large.
everything that happens in Superman 1 and 2 in one movie. And
That's a lot.
It's kind
Yeah.
of how it's shot. Yeah, I love that.
it was how it was supposed to be shot. That's why they were filming 1 and 2. That's why Donner was filming 1 and 2 concurrently.
Right.
Until in that case, not really Warner Brothers, but the Salkinds decided
The
to fuck
Salkinds,
around with it.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh god damn. Yeah.
Yeah, I know that. I mean, that's like the first time that I would watch, like, because the documentaries on the DVD release of Superman the movie, they go. I have never seen a documentary just air all the dirty like not like this off to the side documentary. I mean, actually on the DVD itself, and
Yeah.
they air all the dirty laundry. And just like, wow.
Yeah. Donner wanted to make something serious. They were like, no, we got to make it more.
Yep.
I mean, it just shows you that things from the very beginning were always producers and Warner and execs, they always wanted like a certain tone, while the director wanted a more serious take when it came to the content.
Go
But
figure.
see, when you're hiring your director, when you're sitting down, that's the time when those classes should be. You got the screenplay in front of you, you have the script in front of you, you have all that in front of you. Why does this end up happening while you're in motion making the film? I mean,
once again, I will go back to I think watching The Offer is just an incredible. It's an incredible dramatization of what it takes to make a movie, and because The Godfather dealt with, you had the layer of the artist making the movie,
the mob,
the mob, yeah, that too. But then you also had the studio, but then also in that case, Gulf Western, which is the corporate parent company of the studio.
Mm-hmm.
I think if anyone wants to understand what a commercial enterprise making a movie is, that miniseries is an education of this is what's all going on. And then even to the point where you had Al Ruddy, the producer, and Francis Ford Coppola as the director, and like how even like the director and producer who are trying to do the same thing, even they clash while also trying to fend off the studio, while also trying to fight off the execs. It's like it's insane. It's not just making a good movie. It's not.
And just how petty people can be, Scott. Just how petty people will be. I don't want certain actors because nope, they wouldn't do this. They wouldn't do
Brando. That was
Yeah.
the coolest part about that was Brando, because Brando was a problem. This was real. He was a real problem. And for him to get that role, for people to see the process it took for them sticking with him, they didn't want Al Pacino. They fought for him. They didn't want De Niro, or they didn't want Don Corleone character, and they fought for him in that whole process, because a lot of people, revisionists, they think of Don Corleone and they think of him, and they think of Marlon Brando. They don't realize there was a period of time where nobody would hire Marlon Brando because he was just an on-set problem. And then that movie shows you, and then you think of Don Corleone, and then for me, he was Jarrell. So when I first saw him, but
what did you both think of the actor that portrayed him? Because I was like shocked. Like
I was sure too, because
did.
all I could think about him was that he was from Grey's Anatomy.
Yep.
And then I saw The Offer. I was like, oh no, he's actually a good actor. Because I'm gonna be honest, I wrote him off because he was on Grey's Anatomy. I was petty. Like
I don't blame you.
Oh,
I've never watched that show, so I couldn't.
I haven't either.
Heather has watched.
Oh, it's
so
a
many,
it's a female show. It's a female show.
It is a show that unfortunately I know way too much of, just because I've heard it from the other room for so many years, and I just but that happens so much when Heather watches something and I'm in the other room. And then something grabs my attention. It was like, do any of you listen to Katie Sackhoff's podcast, Blah Blah Blah?
I have,
yeah.
Not recently.
She just, not her most recent one, but the one before it, she did an interview with Sam Witwer, and because they were in Battlestar together, and because that was like one of his first gigs, was being crashed down on Battlestar, and all I can think about is the fact that I remember that Heather was watching Once Upon a Time, that fairy tale show, and
Fable's Light,
right? But then in a later season, for whatever reason, they had Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde for the season, and Sam Witwer was Mr. Hyde. And I remember sitting there in the other room, I think I was working on something for the podcast, and I heard his voice, and I went, Sam Witwer? What? And she goes, oh, he's playing Mr. Hyde. And I went, damn it, why do I care about this show now? Because
one actor, damn it.
One actor playing a character that I really like. Damn it. And I didn't watch it.
You got me. You
didn't get me, but you got me going, okay, I'm kind of curious. No, stop it. No. This is not going to end well.
That's funny.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I know. When it comes to Grey's Anatomy, I don't know if I've met my mom, girlfriend, everybody like, oh yeah, Grey's Anatomy, and I'm like, I can't. The only doctor shows I like are House and Scrubs. That's it. House and Scrubs. That's all I need. There's so many doctor shows, and I'm like,
See,
how
for
the
me,
fuck are there like always so many? Every new season, there's always a new doctor show. And I'm like, good Lord, there's always a doctor show, and there's so many of them. But yeah, the only one
Ever since St.
I watched-
Elsewhere. Ever since St.
MASH.
Elsewhere.
Oh yes, there you go.
didn't watch that. No.
and I go for MASH. MASH is my doctor show.
I mean, I guess that's technically a doctor show. Yeah, it's classic. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's probably that's a unique one for sure. But
Yeah.
when it came for me, like watching something from beginning to end was House and Scrubs, and that was it for me. That was
Man, I
it.
miss Scrubs. I miss
I
Scrubs.
know, right?
Favorite show.
When is that reunion happening? I mean, I know they have those T-Mobile commercials with Zach Braff and Donald Faison. They do
Right.
that, which is cool. It's like, oh yeah, little reunion right there. But with all these other shows that are like having reunions, I'm like, are we gonna get a Scrubs or?
Well, Sarah Chalk's probably really busy with Rick and Morty because she's the voice of Morty's
True.
mom. Yeah,
True.
so
But she has. Yeah, that only takes a little bit of time.
yeah, very true, very true.
She could come back.
I think
you
they
know.
all could come back. I don't think any of
I
them.
don't think, I don't think, yeah, Dr. Cox, what's his name? Yeah, should be good. But yeah, going back to how this all initially started, Aquaman 2.
The through line from Aquaman 2 to Scrubs and House,
I love it, right? You gotta love the tangents. No, but I mean, yeah, I just like the fact that, I mean, it wasn't like he was trying to, he just, got asked a question and his part got cut a lot because it, obviously he's Mira's dad and Mira's, even though I was pleasantly surprised at how
She
much
was
she
still in that movie than I thought she was going to be.
Yeah, because I remember when those reports were like, oh, they cut her down to like, 2 minutes or 3 minutes. And I'm like, and I was worried about that because I'm like, don't do that thing where like I'm going off on this whole thing and then, you're staying over here, which, but the way they handled it, I mean, let's face it, the second act with the two brothers going on an adventure, that's the best part of the movie for me.
That's what makes it the most. It's the buddy cop aspect of the movie that makes it really fun.
Yeah, I can see that. I could also, Scott, I know you don't really feel the same, but I was actually really big on Black Manta in this movie. I thought his villain turn in this was actually really good.
Oh no, I'm cool with him being the villain in this movie. I thought he was a more. I'm gonna be honest. He was more. He was done. For me, he was done better in this movie than he was in the first movie.
Yeah,
with the exception of like the rooftop battle in that Italian village, which is still a high point of the first movie. That I just felt like Black Manta could have been more, and this movie gave Yahya. He got to chew it more. He had more meat on those bones, and I'm totally down with that.
And I think the best thing what happened to that character is when when Arthur reaches out for him at that point trying to save him and he's like nope, and that was that's Black Manta. That's Black Manta. Yep.
You
100%.
Not gonna do. I'd rather go down
right off
and forever be the villain. You're never gonna turn me good. And that's him. That's truth.
And his suit,
he definitely, the suit was great.
So
he
good.
definitely chewed up every scene that he was in. I wanted more of him, of course.
Yahya is amazing.
He's a great actor.
Such a good actor.
A damn good actor.
I mean,
Dr. Manhattan.
I know, right? Go back and watch the Watchmen TV show.
I need another season.
You guys want to see him not in a comic book film, but where he's fucking fantastic in movie Ambulance with Jake Gyllenhaal, directed by Michael Bay.
Yes.
Oh my god,
that was
so
a
damn good.
Very good.
That was a Michael Bay hit.
Yeah.
Oh
god, they play adoptive brothers in that, and fuck me, that movie is so good. Oh my god.
You know what's funny? You know what's sad? I gotta watch that movie again because when I watched it, the theater that I was in, the fucking like the speakers behind us were louder than the front speakers. So all we heard was mainly background noise. And let's face it, that movie, it's a Michael Bay film, people.
It's a Bay movie.
You're going to hear a lot of background, a lot of, screeching of tires and explosions and all this kind of stuff. So we couldn't so when you heard dialogue, it was so muffled. So I have to watch that movie again because that really ruined our experience because the theater was all effed up. And we try to tell the people, they're like, it sounds fine to us. I'm like, are you kidding me? You can't even hear the dialogue. I mean, everything was so amplified. So yeah, I got to watch
get
that
your money
movie.
back?
And for the most part, I did like enjoyed it, even though the audio was shit.
Yeah.
But
I
yeah,
got to see it in IMAX, and that was
Nice.
like
That's solid. That's a solid viewing
some of
experience.
those
Right there.
drone shots, man. He loved those drone
oh
shots.
man, he has
that
it
was-
on. Someone
That
got a
was
drone
just in
for
my mind.
Christmas.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. He was like, I mean, I kept seeing, I was like, man, he just utilized those drone shots like crazy, which is fine. It's, why might as well, if it's at your disposal, use those drone shots. But yeah, I need to watch that movie again for sure.
Yeah, I think my favorite drone shot in that is when the police car crashes and you literally just see the whole front end of it just go. Oh my god. I was quite surprised by that film. It's a nice comeback for Michael Bay.
It was the best thing about Ambulance to me was it was like it's one of those movies that you watch it and you go, this is a Michael Bay movie.
Yep.
Like take all the credits off. I just watch it and go, this is a Michael Bay movie. But it was still like it was redeeming after the Transformers movies to go, oh no, Bay, you still like I enjoyed Six Underground.
I was about to say I enjoyed it too.
But this one was another one where it was like, but it kind of had that, there was that grit to the look of the film. Like it had like Armageddon, The Rock, kind of like that grainy film look to it. And it,
That's how. Yeah, I mean that's kind of his style at that point. You see that trailer pops up when I first saw it at theaters. Like, this is a Michael Bay movie, and you just see those kind of shots, those sunsets, those, like you said, the drone high above shots. Yeah, that's Michael Bay's calling.
It's Michael Bay. Yeah.
I love those Bayisms, man. I mean, nothing wrong. I mean, yeah, like bringing up Six Underground. I mean, yeah, Six Underground was a little more flashy. It was like, and it was crazy. I mean, Jesus Christ, some of those chase sequences, and just the fact that, I mean, obviously it's an R-rated Michael Bay, so you had some bodies flying out of those cars and just hitting things, and I was like, yes,
they're okay though. They're
sweet.
fine.
They're
they're like the penguin. They lived.
Yep, they did.
Oh,
yeah.
Ryan Reynolds is in it.
Car rolled over 10 times. You're still alive with minor injuries.
And to even bring it back to Aquaman 2, and even to Dave's point, I do feel like there's some more Juanisms there with his alleged cut of the film, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like the beginning of the movie. Like, we're going to sit here and tell me, like, as Dave pointed out, like, you're going to tell me that whole intercut with the talking to the child was meant to be the opening of the movie? No.
We were going to see that pirate. We were going to see that whole him taking down everyone on the pirate ship. So,
yeah.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
like, why would they even? They do a needle drop of get your motor running. I was like, that's not even a good needle drop.
That needle drop took me out of it right then and there.
Needle drop, and the voiceover. Like,
They should have put more Pitbull in it. I'm sorry, that would have saved.
No.
Oh, give him another cover of Africa. Why not?
Yeah.
Let's go nuts.
From ocean from sea to sea.
I was like, wait a minute. We're remaking Toto now? Okay, well, that's a choice.
No, but I mean, like, yeah. I mean, I was going, oh yeah, here's that, because I knew, I was like, oh, he has a scene in the rain, in the dark. He's gonna take on a bunch of dudes. Fuck yeah, this is what I cut. And then all of a sudden they, and then he's like talking to his kid with dolls, and I'm going, what? I just went like, there's no way that James Wan. No. This is all this intercut shit. This was shot later.
You don't remember that in the director's cut of The Conjuring? You don't remember that at all?
Jesus
Or the
Christ.
special cut of Malignant?
I know, yeah. You got, all that.
Oh man, so frustrating, and yeah, like I said, there's probably some more Juanisms that we didn't get to see, and one of the things that I really liked about Aquaman 2 was, it felt like that 80s type of buddy cop adventure movie. I mean, they go to this island, there's like crazy big bugs.
It looks like a Bond villain hideout.
Yeah. So like that's the stuff that I enjoyed when it came to that. That's why I said the second act is the strongest part of the whole thing, because it seems like that was not, fucked with as much. And it seemed like that's what they were really going for with this movie. And, Juan is really good at paying those homages to like '80s because he's an '80s kid. I mean, that's what all. I mean, we watch *Malignant*. That thing is just pure '80s horror homage right there, and I've loved every minute of that. So, but yeah, it sucks.
It's funny because like, you know, I don't disagree. I think the second act is probably the strongest, but I do think that this movie has a stronger third act than the first film, because the first film has a very rushed third act, where I feel like this one, everything kind of builds towards it a little bit more.
I would agree with Phil on this. Yeah.
Third act's not bad either. I thought it was actually a pretty good battle that happened.
The problem with the third act, like you're saying, it's rushed. You're introducing a lot of stuff. You're introducing the trench. You're introducing kind of more lore at that point. That we hadn't seen before. So, I mean, it was cool to see. I kind of like that more world building. But to your point, we didn't get time to kind of sit on it. And and it's not even brought up really in the second one at all. So,
and that shot, that shot of like when he throws the trident at the the dead dude, and he just like William will be back. He has a customer. And when the trident just like goes, and that was a cool shot. I will say that's a really cool shot. For the most part, special effects look decent, but there's some times where it does look a little wonky, of course, naturally. But that shot looked really cool.
Yeah, I do think the first film had a lot more polished special effects than this one did.
100%.
Not even to say like this film had outright bad CGI, because I don't think it did.
No.
But I don't know. I think about the other two DC Extended Universe films, because I'm actually with Scott in that I don't think Blue Beetle is in that universe at all. Like, at all. There's no indication whatsoever that film is in that universe. So
Thank you, Phil. I
You're welcome.
appreciate solidarity.
You're wrong. I mean, you make references to Batman, like what Batman?
Right. He went to Gotham University. Cool. Show me which Gotham City, right? Or you have a Superman.
One that's now public domain, actually. So we're good.
Exactly, right. But no, like it's really ironic, because I look at the other two and I'm like, well, if I'm gonna pick which DCU movie from 2023 I'm gonna watch the most, I'm probably gonna watch Aquaman 2, if I'm being brutally honest.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, and that's fine, because I mean, for me, at least The Flash and Aquaman, I want to rewatch those movies. There's nothing about Fury of the Gods or Blue Beetle that make me want to sit down and rewatch them.
That's interesting. Fair. That's interesting, because I would say I watched The Flash the most, and I think that for me that had the most rewatch value when it came to those four movies. Yeah, I don't really care to watch Shazam again. I love as much as I love the first one.
Need to.
Yeah. Aquaman 2, I mean, I think I might put it on again. I don't know. We'll see. And then Blue Beetle I did enjoy. I enjoyed, for the most part. But
everything
I didn't rush
Shazam. Everything was Shazam. The second one is just like you lost everything that was good about the first movie. I still haven't purchased it. I purchased Blue Beetle. I'm going to purchase Aquaman. I've purchased The Flash. I still haven't purchased Shazam, because $10 is still too much money for me to spend on the movie.
I saw it for free, and it was still too much.
Well, and I'm a member of the Warner Brothers A-list community, because I like taking the surveys they send me, because I like being able to express my opinions about things.
Right.
I even filled
Scott?
out. I know, right? I even filled out one today about DC movies, so that was fun. But they, as a member who responds the most, I got a free digital movie last year. And basically, when it came down to my two choices of what I wanted, was either Barbie or Blue Beetle, and I went, I'd rather take Barbie.
That's fair.
Wow.
Okay. Knowing you, yeah, that makes sense.
And like The Flash was the only DC movie I saw last year, and I didn't really care to watch the other ones. I saw the animated ones, but that's all.
Actually, the funny thing is that the animated movies from last year, I still haven't watched.
What even were the animated movies? I know, was it that
the two that came in Gotham
I saw that one.
In War World were the two.
That's right.
And then there were the Heroes. And then there were the two. Then there was the two-part weird anime kind of movie thing that I don't even know the property, so I just didn't buy or watch those movies at all, because I don't know the Rubik's or
Red.
RWBY. Yeah, I know what you're
talking
about.
I've never heard of it either, and
I never heard of it, so I just didn't bother with it. So,
was Super
War
Sons
World was
last year, or
bad.
was that the year before?
oh no, Super Sons was 2 years ago.
was
October
good.
Yeah, okay,
2022,
yeah, that
I
makes
think.
Yeah, because I watched that because I remember Declan and I watched that, and Declan loved it. And then I remember after watching, I forgot which episode of My Adventures of, because Declan loved My Adventures with Superman.
I finally finished that. Now that you mention it, I finally finished that.
What did you think, Phil?
I actually quite liked it. I'm really excited to
Good
see where it
series.
goes.
It's a good series.
It's really good. I
Yeah.
was not expecting to like it so
Fresh.
much, but the more I liked it, the more I watched it, the more I liked it. I was like, damn, this is actually really fucking cool.
It's a fresh take.
It's a
and
fresh take, and every time a character would show up, and you'd go,
who is
"Oh,
that?
that's that! Oh, that's who that is."
Yeah.
See, I'm gonna have to give it another shot. I got like 3 episodes in. My problem is not the writing. I thought it was good. It's just I'm not a fan of the animation style. It's,
Yeah,
I never
Yeah.
have been.
Yeah.
It's
I
just
love-
it's
The problem
not, it's
I
not
had
me.
I
with
get that.
the problem I had with it was how most of the villains were really tech based.
Hmm.
Like Parasite was like,
But it's
an
that
anime trope.
fits. But that's
But
an
it
anime trope.
is an
Exactly.
anime
yeah,
trope.
it's, like,
It's an
I
anime
guess.
trope.
Yeah.
And then, however, if you stick with it, okay, this is going to be a I'm gonna spoil something without spoiling it, but
Nice.
there's a connection with the technology. It becomes
Yes.
important.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it another shot. It was just at that time, it was just like I can wait on this, and when it's finally there, I'll probably give it another shot.
Without
Did anyone
spoiling-
watch Crisis on Infinite Earths Part 1?
not good.
It's the physical release comes out Tuesday, so I'm waiting for the physical release to come out, and I still need to watch War World since it's in the same continuity. It's the only one I haven't watched because the last one before that was Supergirl and the Legion of Superheroes,
Right.
and so I need to watch War World, and then I'll watch Crisis on Infinite Earths Part 1. Even though they dropped the teaser for Part 2 today,
Yeah,
and
they did.
and I didn't watch it because I haven't seen Part 1, but the email already spoiled something that happens in Part 2, and
Good
now
job,
I'm
Warner
like,
Brothers.
Warner
and,
Brothers gonna WB, of course.
well, they're spoiling it because they're trying to entice you, and
Right.
it worked. It made me raise an eyebrow and go, "Oh, really?" Because it's just like what another one of the Earth. It's cameos. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
what's another Earth that's going to show up in this movie?
Yep.
And I'm going to be curious how it's going to be animated. I'll say that because
I think
that's
it's just going to be animated the same way.
And see,
I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna shut up.
good.
I'm just gonna shut up right now. That's what I'm gonna
Yeah.
do. I'm gonna shut up.
Because my that's part of been my problem with the Tomorrowverse is the only movie that I felt like the animation style was a benefit was The Long Halloween.
Yeah, I
Yes.
agree.
Yeah.
It felt like that vibe, like Batman's suit. It looks so glossy. I love that texture, but like, and they've got Tommy guns in there in those movies, and like the architecture of the world just feels so natural. But like when he's put in those other movies, it just feels like, yeah, I don't know.
I think my problem with the Tomorrowverse has been like so much stuff like in between movies is just like is missed,
It's
and then
skipped
just
over.
and they make reference to that. It's like Warworld's one of the worst offenders of that.
It's
Okay. If
It's
you're
awful.
not a fan of that, I will say that Crisis on Infinite Earths Part 1 just might irritate you even more.
I already know it. I've seen it. It's
Okay.
It
All right.
continues to irritate me.
Yeah,
I swear to God,
seen
that
it as
guy
well.
who's directed in Crisis on Infinite Earths and most of those other movies, not Long Halloween, does not know how to make a good story. I swear to God.
Well,
Yeah, that's right.
the director does the screen. That's the screenwriter's job, and
Yeah.
that's
Yeah, but director, I'm sorry, he's not that good.
okay. But that's an animation. Well,
I
but
know,
animation. That's a. There's the
No, yeah,
voice.
I know.
There's so many layers with how animation is done.
I know.
That's going to go back to screenwriting issues. I mean, even the new 50, even the Apocalypse War continuity, like skip things in between movies, but it didn't feel as offensive with a
Oh,
like
no.
when characters suddenly showed up. You're like, oh, they're a thing now.
Yeah, like when Martian Manhunter and Hawkman showed up in Justice League Dark, I was like, okay, cool. They're established. They're there, and yeah. But then, like, yeah.
To kind of piggyback off Scott's point, I went to SAC Anime a couple weeks ago and I met one of the storyboard artists for Harley Quinn. He also did storyboard work for Static Shock, Batman Beyond, Ultimate Spider-Man, and
wow.
Transformers. Yeah, Brandon McKinney, real nice guy, real splendid. He also did Star Trek Lower Decks too.
Yes.
Yeah,
Show.
I sent Ray a message because I got him a print and I want to give it to him, but he hasn't gotten back to me yet. So, Ray, if you're watching, please, Flightcast, please hit me back on Instagram, dude. I really want to give you this print. But anyway, I was talking to Brandon and I was like, look, you know, I really love Harley Quinn. I got a couple friends who love Harley Quinn. We were talking about, I told him one of my favorite episodes was the episode with the two gentlemen in the basement. One has the release of Snyder Cut shirt. The other one says, you know, the Last Jedi is not canon. And he was like, oh yeah, I got to storyboard that episode in particular. And, you know, one of my favorite things to do. And I was like, oh, please tell me you're going to talk to me about the fight between Batman and Bane. And that's exactly what he talked about, and how that fight was influenced by actual like wrestling techniques. And I told him, I was like, look, that is hands down my favorite fight between Batman and Bane in any medium whatsoever. I love it. I adore it. Just wanted to let you know that. So thank you for letting me know you storyboarded it. But man, it was cool. Like to talk to someone who's in that side of the industry. I even asked him, I was like, so, you know, how does James Gunn being the head of DC Studios affect the continuation of Harley Quinn? Because by that point, when we had talked, it wasn't quite official that Harley Quinn season 5 was happening. And he was like, let me put it to you this way. James Gunn being head of DC Studios makes things easier for things like for Harley Quinn to continue happening and other things in the future. And I was like, okay, fair enough. That's good to know. Because now DC is its own siloed thing. He's the head of the creative side, and you also got Peter Safran there too. So I was like, okay, that gives me a little more ease about other projects, you know, actually continuing happening, and not this hodgepodge of will it, won't it after a season or two. So
That's good. I'm glad. Yeah, that's good.
yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, because I mean, obviously, what was it, like a couple of weeks ago? Like, obviously, Margot Robbie's been showing up to all the award shows, which I don't know about you guys, but you know, I mean, I get the Barbie thing, but man, you know,
It's
I know
not
it's that
something
movie,
award
that
worthy.
movie, but is it that movie where it's gonna
not.
get all these awards?
not
Thank
award
you.
No, it's not going to get it. It's not.
But
it's
even
a-
like, oh, did you see like Ryan Gosling? It's like face when he won for Ken is
Yeah.
Enough.
Yeah, I
That
did see
song?
He
that.
kind of was like, it does look like a bit, I will say, and I didn't mean
Yeah.
to cut you off, Scott, but I was just saying, like, it's just, but it is kind of funny because he's like, how did that happen? Because he was going up against two other songs from that movie from actual professional artists, Dua Lipa and Billie Eilish, and those songs are so much better because Ryan Gosling knows he can't sing. That's the part. That's the joke of it, and he wins. That's why I think he was like, "What? Like, why the fuck?" You know, it was just, I don't know. That's just,
The look on his
again,
face for that was priceless. He was
Oh
just
yeah,
like,
it's
No,
a meme now. I mean, everybody uses that as a GIF, like a meme GIF thing.
Well,
and-
Ryan Gosling is just charming, and
Mhm.
it really is fun. Guys,
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to the Fall Guy. That looks like
Yes.
it's
Oh,
gonna
yeah,
looks
you know what?
hilarious.
Emily Blunt, come on, Yeah,
Right?
him and Emily Blunt. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well. But it's just funny because, you know, that was one of the things I talked about on, you know, Film Chunky Live. I'm like, yeah, all these. I mean, and they just they released the what was it, BAFTA? Yeah.
yeah, the British
Lily
film.
Gladstone. Lily Gladstone, not in there for Best Actress, but Margot
What?
Robbie for Barbie is in there. I'm not saying that Margot Robbie didn't do a good job, and she had some traumatic scenes, and sure, but Lily Gladstone,
Should have
Come
gotten an
on.
Oscar.
Yeah, I think she went through a little bit more in a different
Yes.
way. You know,
Yes.
just a little bit.
yes,
Yes. Oh yes.
I just
I'm
finally,
just
I
like-
finally watched that last week for the first time, and that was
such a great movie.
It's a great movie.
It's a really
that
good.
had that was
wait.
heavy. That was
It was
heavy.
heavy.
Killers of the Flower Moon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I've
And, I
heard
mean, she
great
had a-
things. I still need to watch it.
She didn't
Well,
have.
now
I
it's
mean,
on
like,
Apple TV Plus, so you can.
there you go.
Okay,
And
yeah.
she carried a lot of the emotion of that story with just her face. She didn't have to like use dialogue. I mean, that's the thing. Is like
Really,
there's a
because
lot
she
of-
doesn't talk that much in
She
the
does not.
movie.
Yeah.
But she
Not easy to do.
communicates
Mm-hmm.
so much, and you have to, and because she's the sympathetic character, like she's the one you're rooting for
Exactly.
in this movie, and
If you can emote without having to say a word, you have accomplished and gone above and beyond what is asked of you in terms of acting. And I think almost very few directors can do that. Martin Scorsese is probably one of them.
oh yeah.
To be able to pull that kind of performance out of an actor or actress, he's probably one of the few.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I kind of go back to like Scorsese movies are really good. I think Scorsese was a director who really got DiCaprio to like. Scorsese was a key part of the turn for DiCaprio. I think, like
I agree.
going from being
Departed.
right,
Well,
The Departed is the one that I think of, but it was like Tarantino and Scorsese looked at DiCaprio and went, "Come on, boy, you can." You can do more. You can do more.
I'll do you one better where I started the turn, and it was before Scorsese. It was Spielberg with Catch Me If You Can.
I was about to say,
Catch Me If You Can changed my whole opinion on Leonardo DiCaprio at that point. I was like, oh my gosh, like this is going back. Like you are back to where I want you to be. He's been very honest in interviews saying he appreciates Titanic, what it did, but he said he nearly left acting because of it. Because of all he was getting, the roles that he was getting as a result of it. It was all the same kind of parts, and he didn't want to do that. He almost left acting because of it.
Yeah, he didn't want to be the I'm just like the romantic pretty boy kind of.
He didn't want to be the ingenue.
Yeah. No, but I was just about to say that, Chris, too. I was like, but remember, Spielberg, they got him, and Catch Me If You Can,
I
which
love
was,
that movie.
it's a great movie.
It's
a great movie. It's a great movie, and that's what's great about Leo. And I mean, look at who he's worked with. He's worked with Nolan. I mean, Inception might be. I mean, I don't. When it comes to Nolan, I mean, that's obviously like in at least my top 3 Nolan movies when it comes to his catalog. And a lot of people are like, oh yeah, he should have gotten the Oscar for this and Oscar for that. And I always go like, yeah, but he got it for The Revenant. And I'm like, I wish he got it for something else, because even though I like The Revenant was intense and Jesus Christ, but I'm like, yeah, but all he did was just he just endured the
Departed is what he should have gotten it for. The Departed is what I thought he should have gotten it for.
That's what upset me, was like the fact that it's like he didn't really get it for like his full on talent. He just like got it for a role where it was just mainly him enduring the elements, which he did a fantastic job. Don't get me wrong.
And the cinematography in that movie is just
oh yeah,
gorgeous.
Chef's kiss.
Sure. And highly recommend Infernal Affairs, what it's based off of. Absolutely. That's a whole.
Which I've got the box because it's a trilogy.
Yeah,
I got the box set from Criterion. Yes.
Yeah, because I even thought that Tom Hardy in there, I thought he did a better acting job, because Tom Hardy is just Tom Hardy. He'll like change his voice, change his mannerisms with every role that he does. And that role in The Revenant, where he was just like kind of a Looney Tune in that, when he was like just making those little subtle like it was like he should have. Anyway, sorry, Chris, go ahead.
No, but even with like I saw like a bunch of scuttlebutt going on. I was like, where's Leo's nomination? It's like Leo was okay in Flowers. It wasn't a bad acting job. But
I agree with that.
But it wasn't necessarily pushing the envelope like I've seen him do before.
Right.
It wasn't bad, but it definitely wasn't his best outing.
Right.
Yeah. And I think even he probably knows, like, no, there's other better, but he's still going to all the shows, all the award shows, because he's supporting Lily Gladstone first off, because it's like she's the one that really, she put on, like, when you think about that movie, you don't think about Leo, you think about her.
Yeah.
Again, her facial expressions. I mean, that's when I see the trailer and they show her, and the fact that the story revolves around, what's going on with like her tribe and everything like that. It's like it's very much that movie. It's mainly her. I mean, yeah, Leo's in it, but at the same time, you're right. It's not like he's doing something where it's going to be like, oh yeah, he deserves all the awards. It's not a Cillian Murphy. It's not a Robert Downey Jr., which is what they're dominating when it comes to all this.
Oh my God. And can I just get like a super cut of all of Robert Downey's speeches?
Dude, his
because
fantastic.
Because I am loving it. Like, even on my Facebook reels, there was a video of Robert Downey Jr. talking about Mel Gibson, about how Gibson supported him in his recovery. After he got out of jail, because he doesn't mention it by name, but he references that movie I always talk about in here, The Singing Detective, because that was his first leading role when he came back.
Yep.
And Gibson literally handed it to him and just went, "You need work.
Here's your lifeline."
here's your lifeline,
Right.
and it's just like, and then like his Golden Globe speech was great. I love it. You know, he calls
I
them
like it
the
when he called. I think it was the Critics' Choice. He called everybody the Oppen
I'm in
homies.
homies. Yes.
Homies. Yeah.
No, I mean, like and I love it too, because I mean, there was that thing too where I think he was on Rob Lowe's podcast where he does talk about like Tony Stark and Iron Man being some of his best acting work, and it's kind of funny to see the reaction to that. And I talked about that, and a lot of people are like, they'll be like, yes, no, yeah. I mean, I've seen a mixed bag when it comes to that, and I kind of want to, I want to get everybody's opinion here. It's like he played this character for over a decade. And it's not like he said that was his best work. He said it was some of his best.
What I would say,
Yeah.
because with Declan just wanting to watch the MCU, and he started off because he wanted to watch the first Iron Man movie. Go back and watch those early Iron Man movies and look at what Downey is doing in those early movies, because once again, those early movies, especially when they were being distributed by Paramount, those Phase 1 movies are solid.
Yeah.
Those are solid movies. Whatever your opinion of the MCU is now, take a step back and go back and watch those first movies.
They at least feel like different movies. Like they're not, being like.
It's because they were still on film. There still wasn't the machine in place yet.
Not yet.
Favreau made his movie. Branagh, as I was talking about at the beginning of the stream when I joined in, how I just watched Thor tonight, and like that. Oh wow,
that's a Kenneth Branagh film. Yeah,
it's a Kenneth Branagh film. And so when you go back and look at, especially the first Iron Man and the stuff that Tony goes through, and
even the third Iron Man that people give shit about, and I'm like,
I like that one. I've got nostalgia for Iron Man 3.
I give Iron Man 3 shit, but I'm going to be rewatching it because Declan's all in on the Iron Man movies. He's like,
Shane Black, baby. Shane Black.
I know.
I'm a little more lenient on it now because of Shang-Chi, but that's for completely different reasons.
But you look at the movie, I have problems with the movie too, but it's one of the more honest ones. Like, okay, that character went through some stuff, and I appreciate that, saying, okay, we're going to start dealing with how someone who literally pretty much there was a script that said he wasn't coming back from that. He was going to be left out in space and joining the Guardians. That was an original plan idea that they had, which is what, if you ever watch What If Season 2, they take that idea and run with it.
I haven't seen it yet. Yeah, I remember hearing about it though. Yeah.
But the idea that you encounter, go through all that stuff, like, and he thinks he's going to have, a suit around the world, got to protect Pepper, got to do that. Like, that makes the character arc that Tony Stark goes through, Robert Downey goes through that all the way to Endgame. That's one of the shining achievements of the first three phases, of showing the growth of that character all the way to Endgame, especially when he's having that conversation with Cap at the HQ saying, bring everyone back. Sure. I can't lose what I've got. Like, you look at the man who was Iron Man 1, who's just sleeping around at that, but he's got a family, he's got a kid, now. Especially him hugging Peter at the end, it always gets me. Oh yeah, that is a father who's got back his son like that. Oh, it always gives me a tear.
Well, because Tony has the when you talk about having an arc, Tony has the complete arc, and the movies knew it too, because
arc reactor.
There's no end credit. I'm blowing right past that one. Even when you get to the quote end credit of Endgame, which they smartly didn't do one, and I remember people walking out theater going, "I don't get it," and going, "It's him fucking making the Iron Man suit in Afghanistan. It's the ding, ding." It's like, go back and watch the first Iron Man movie. It's right there. And like, it was like them saying, the Infinity Saga was basically Tony's arc. Like, let's make Tony a true hero.
Yes.
And him snapping at the end of Endgame was him finally going, he finally gets the clue. It's not about me.
Yeah. He could finally.
Are you going to be one sacrificing yourself? That Cap challenges him in the first Avengers movie. You're not that guy.
Yeah. And he totally does that. No,
Yep.
I mean, and so yeah, when I was seeing people's reactions, it was just kind of like, it's like he's not saying that it was his. I mean, yeah, I would. I mean, I love Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. That's
Oh,
just
what a great
such a
movie.
great movie.
Chaplin,
Even
another
but
one.
Chaplin and Heart and Soul. Do you guys
Tropic
remember that
Thunder.
movie?
Tropic
Yeah.
Thunder.
Thunder, yeah.
Yeah.
Hero.
I mean, you're
If it
not.
wasn't
Yeah,
for
William,
Heath
you're
Ledger-
right. Look at. Yeah.
If it wasn't for Heath Ledger's performance that year, he wins
Yeah.
that Oscar because he was nominated that year.
That's right. He was. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, so I think a lot of people just took his words of saying like, it's my best work. It's like, no, he said it's some of my best work,
Right.
and I
Don't
think he's absolutely
Tatiana
correct.
that one. Don't do that.
Oh, watch out. Listening, oh
you're
boy.
in trouble.
No, but I mean, like, yeah, I mean, I think he's absolutely correct that just the fact that it's the genre, it doesn't get as recognized, especially where the genre is now, and everybody just kind of looks at it like a big, like, oh yeah, you get a fucking Marvel role, you get a good paycheck, and you fucking do a
so
bunch of.
funny because thinking about like they had to they literally expanded the Best Picture nominations after The Dark Knight. Like
Yeah.
The Dark Knight happens and everyone goes, shit, maybe we should take this seriously.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then cut, 10, 15 years later, and we're kind of back where we started.
Yep.
Yeah, nothing's much changed.
No.
No.
I just hate the fact that I feel like that Imperial officer in Rogue One. We were almost, there was a moment
This close.
It's close. We were on the verge of great.
General Krennic. Yes. Yes.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Is like the Marvel machine got so big, but then there was also like, even like when all that was happening. I mean, let's face it. Like when Logan came out, I want a Best Picture nom, I want a Best Director, I want a Best Actor, and a Best Supporting Actor, and even a Best Supporting Actress. I was like, Logan was like, that showed you that the superhero genre can have. When I watched that movie, I cannot. I mean, how many times do I tear up in that movie? I mean, at least when Professor X dies, I mean, when Laura sees him and screams and the commotion is happening, that scene just like, oh my God, or like when she sees him, like and he's like, already been stabbed, and he's like,
Yep.
That is just like, oh Jesus Christ. Even like the scene when like, Professor is just like losing his mind and causing the noise, and Logan has to go through and just. I'm like going, how is this not in like the top? I mean, of course it got nominated for like Best Adapted Screenplay Original. I don't know but that's it. I'm like, what are you talking about? There should be more than this. Like Hugh Jackman acted his ass off. Patrick Stewart acted his ass off in this fucking movie. And it wasn't like a big superhero, extravaganza. There wasn't like craziness that was happening. It was a small movie. And I'm like,
it felt like a Western. So much
Yes.
so
Yeah,
but they put Shane in the movie to make the point.
and you look at that's still one of my favorite trailers. Top.
The Johnny Cash.
Well, Johnny Cash, and then you've got like Way Down We Go.
Yeah.
Both of those are just great. But then you think about going to the awards at that point. They say, oh, let's create a separate category. No, because then you're still not giving it the recognition it deserves. You're literally putting it off to the side. Same thing with comedies. Comedies get absolutely no respect when it comes to Oscars. And the Golden Globes become a joke when you start looking at, really, that's a comedy? You're putting that in a comedy? I think you're just doing that so you can win an award because then no one can compete with you. And it's just like, you can't win either way.
Nope.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like when Beauty and the Beast got nominated for a real Best Picture nomination back in 1991, and then immediately after that, they created a different category to ghetto the animated movies off to the side. Where I'm going, and how many times has an animated movie come out in a year where you go, screw it, that was the best movie that came out this year?
Up.
There's Up.
Yeah,
there's
I'm with Chris
the Spider-Verse movies.
Up.
I mean, the Spider-Verse movies,
Both
like
Spider-Verse
alone, I mean,
movies.
both of them are fucking fantastic, and everything is just. I mean, the fact that it just gets put in that category of like, I know even like some people, like if you talk about like your favorite superhero movies and you put any of the Spider-Verse movies in to your pick, they're like, oh no, that's animated. I'm like, and So like it doesn't matter. It's very. I mean, that's harder. You know how longer it took to
5 years to
craft
make
all
that
that. Jesus, yeah.
Apply
took
everything
long.
about the Spider-Verse films and add Batman Mask of the Phantasm to it.
Oh Jesus Christ, yeah.
Like
That's why when people like people even say that too. If you like talk about your favorite Batman films and you have Phantasm in there, it's in my top 3.
Yep.
Are you kidding me? You know, and it's like because it's such a good fucking Batman film, but
Number one for
people
me.
like throw it off the side because it's animation. It's like
And Warner Brothers throws the animation off to the side. If there's any
Yeah,
company
yeah.
that has a zero priority when it comes to animation, and it's Warner Brothers. And to be honest with you, cost effectiveness and draw, they have a case there. But that's just a matter of them licensing it out. I don't think Warner Brothers should produce animation anymore. It doesn't make money for them, and it's not a draw for them on any level. But they should. There are other outlets, there are other platforms that can take that liability, like what they did with the next Batman, the animated Batman movie that's coming out. You know, that's what Warner Brothers should do. But as far as animation, and it's been that way for about 30 years, animation does not make Warner Brothers any money.
You're not
That's
wrong.
That's just a fact that I know people love it, but when it comes cost effective, it does not draw proportionate to anything you spend on it. There's no way Warner Brothers makes money off of animation, because in order for you to make money off animation on network TV, you have to get ad buys. And not everything's like the CW where you can just basically money launder, because the CW hasn't drawn a profit since 2006. It's a money losing venture. That's a write-off. But when it comes to putting something like that and spending the time and effort on animation, there's no benefit for them. There's benefit for the IP control to let somebody else do it and spend the money, but there's no money in it for them. So
or at least spend the money on it, and it's like Merry Little Batman being sold to Amazon, so Amazon could put it on that service, which meant Amazon paid Warner Brothers for that.
Yeah.
Because I know a lot of people gave crap to Merry Little Batman when they saw like the character designs and maybe the first trailer, but
it's a damn good movie.
It's a damn good movie.
It's a damn good movie.
It's a kid's
Fuck a
movie.
lot.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's not supposed to be like it's
But-
for us too, but we appreciate it.
But it also does stuff with animation that the direct-to-video movies haven't been doing. Like, you could tell the budget and the artistic license they took with that movie was more effort than anything that's been direct-to-video released from Warner Brothers Animation in years.
True. Look at what they just did. Also, Cape Crusaders also to Amazon.
yeah.
Yep.
Right. So when we finally see what that looks like, I'm very hopeful.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
Because
And
I
then
mean,
they start making statements like it gets to be Bruce Timm gets to do what Bruce Timm wants to do. It's like, ooh, I'm not sure I want that. I'm making a joke. I'm making a joke. I'm joking.
I know, but Ed
I'm joking.
Brubaker still said it was only going to be about PG-13.
Yeah.
So
That to me sounds like it's going to be more Batman Beyond Return of the Joker than it is Batman and Harley Quinn.
Oh, you got
Which is
Brubaker on it.
fine.
It's great.
Yeah.
it's Brubaker. I like go for it, man.
Yep.
Well, it now makes sense like why he's not connected to the next season of it at that point because he's doing Criminal. So
Mm-hmm.
No, but yeah, I cannot wait for that the Cape Crusader. I mean, obviously,
Me
you know,
too.
You'd have to imagine we're going to see something for that this year.
I hope so.
I hope so.
I really hope so.
Wasn't J.J. Abrams attached to that as well?
So is
I
Matt
said
Reeves.
Producing, yeah.
Reeves.
producing? Yes.
Yep.
It was Matt Reeves. Matt Reeves also a producer on there as well.
Yep.
Yeah, it's interesting, but
Do
yeah,
we know who's voicing Batman? Or
No.
we don't know any of the voice acting at this moment. We just know the little bit of design. He's gonna have the long ears and very noir. And then I think, yeah, like you said, was it Bruce Timm that said it's gonna be more Batman the animated series than Batman the animated series. And I'm like, okay.
And Rucka's writing one with Renee. Or
Nice.
what?
Montoya.
Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Rucka's writing the episode with that has Renee Montoya in it. That's
That's-
perfect.
That's going to feel very GCP or Gotham City.
Gotham Central.
Yep.
Yeah.
Gotham Central. That's going to feel very Gotham Central. I can look forward to that.
Yeah, so I mean, I get your point, William. It's like, yeah, when it comes to a lot of the animated stuff, it's like, yeah, they're probably not. But I mean, I guess if one of the things when it came to, the Merry Batman, whatever,
Merry Little Batman.
Merry Little Batman, selling it to Amazon, and then of course, isn't also Cape Crusader on Amazon
Cape
as well?
Crusaders on
Yeah.
Amazon, yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, they're trying to make that money that they would not actually make. Who knows how much that it's making? But yeah, I mean, they're
Like the Wile E. Coyote thing.
oh
The
yeah,
Wile E. Coyote thing. Everybody bitched him. Oh, I can't believe Warner Brothers needs to burn in hell because why? Why? They're shit canning something, and I've been saying this, that should have never been greenlit in the first place. And you laugh, but you
Yeah,
look
not
at
wrong.
the
no,
liability.
it's true.
Yeah, you look at the liability, and then they're like, they bent to the will of the fans, and they're going to sell it. No, they're not. They're gonna put it out there, and they're gonna take their write-off loss. Why would you not use what the merger laws give you, just because some fanboy wants you to lose money on something you should have never made? They did the right thing by pulling the plug on it. If you can't find a buyer, and you can't get lowballed on that shit. You can't just take somebody's offer, because you may as well take the full tax benefit if you're going to just, lowball yourself and dime it out for something. Why not take the full benefit of you trying to make up that $29 billion of debt and just take the full tax benefit that the law allows you? You just want somebody to put something on the screen and lose money because it makes somebody feel good. Fuck that.
Well, you're not necessarily wrong in that, you take the issue, the catch-22 they had to play with, then all these people seeing what they did, the creatives, is like, I'm canceling meetings. It's that, I don't know if they fully expected how that was going to work at that point, but you're right. You take the methods at that point and you roll the dice and see how it works out.
Oh, you canceled the meeting. Listen, half the stuff none of the stuff that they pulled the plug on, and I'm not a huge WB defender.
Yeah, I get what
none
you're
of
saying.
the stuff that they pulled the plug on was anything that they created. So if a creator's like, gets all hot and angry about it, I mean, blame the people who greenlit. The same people who greenlit Wile E. Coyote and all this other, we're going to give you Gleek the fucking monkey. Those same people.
Was that the actual title?
Who got them in
Gleek
$29
the
million?
fucking monkey.
Those same people that made a $74 billion company, a $43 billion company with debt, and allowed Pimple Popper guy to take it over. Those decisions are the ones that people are like, I can't believe Warner Brothers did that. But now you're defending their shitty decisions. They were going to give us Wonder Twin powers.
Oh yeah.
Everything that they did should have been shit canned.
Those
were
definitely head scratchers.
Work is tough. You might storm out of this meeting, but trust me, when that power bill comes, you'll storm right your ass back into that office if you want to get paid. It's just,
what, it is kind of
You're
interesting.
speaking
because,
truth.
Yeah, when it comes to even the Wile E. Coyote, I mean, that's something in that, yeah, I'll check out. But is it going to be something that I'm going to be like revisiting all the time? I mean, like, it is kind of funny how, like, when it comes to animation and live action blended together, Roger Rabbit was so iconic. And I don't know how many times I've seen that goddamn movie, but anytime there has been other movies, I mean, I guess Space Jam, the first Space Jam, not the second one. But the first Space Jam was also like, okay, they like kind of upped it a little bit. But others
You also
ever
had
since then,
Chippendale.
Chippendale Rescue Rangers that came out in 2022.
That movie was actually, I enjoyed Rescue
see, that's the
Rangers.
thing. A lot of people talk. I didn't see it, and I don't know why I haven't seen it yet. But I
It
eventually
is
will.
so much better than it has any right to be. It is
I
literally
know, right?
the next best thing
Wow.
next to Who Framed Roger Rabbit. It's really good. I'm not even shitting you.
But that's the thing. Is like, you have these kind of movies that just kind of come around every
So often.
decade.
Not often at all,
It's like it seems like. So it's like you really are like, if you're gonna greenlit something like Wile E. Coyote and he's put on trial for something, it's like, was that really gonna work? Or
well, and listen, you do this knowing the last 25, 30 years, you can't draw an orange cent from this. Coming into this that you're not making any money off of anything that's not Space Jam, and that was lightning in a bottle. So this, and you still produce these things, and then you wonder why. Oh wow, we're not worth anything more. The next time Warner Brothers Discovery gets sold, the people on this panel will be able to pull our money together and buy it. That's the kind of decision.
I love that idea. We can do that.
We'll
do it.
We
got it, guys. We got
I'll
it.
buy that for $1, William. I'll buy that for $1.
Yeah, and it might be
you're
worth
right.
for $1.
You're right, because the draw it's Michael Jordan in a Looney Tunes movie. That's immediately that sells tickets.
And more to your point, William, in the sense of like outside of DC, animation at that point, how much recently has Warner Brothers done anything outside of that's been a huge success with animation? Like it like what they're known for outside of
Yeah, and they're fighting with each other because you have the dollars and cents people that say, "What are you doing?" And then you have the other people that are listening to people telling me, "Oh, I grew up with this." That's great, but where does it? Math is undefeated, and the math never works when it comes to this. You need these principal companies that do animation,
but
as
math
a
also
profession.
sucks.
It
Math
does,
also-
but it
math
never
also
lies to you.
sucks.
It never lies to you, though.
Still sucks.
Yeah, I agree. but like I said, you have to, and all their decision making though doesn't look like they're ever looking at the company that they're running when they say let's do this, because there's a bunch of DCU movies that should have never been made. I like Suicide Squad. I like James Gunn's Suicide. I enjoyed that movie. There's a lot of development in that movie. I enjoyed it. We promoted it. I loved it.
Well, yeah, even
Should have
Scott,
never been
like
made.
being a Suicide Squad fan, liked it a lot.
Should have never been made.
Should have never been made.
Should have never been made. Same thing with a lot of their movies. If you don't have a plan, it doesn't matter how good the movie is. If you
We
don't,
also got to remember. Sorry, go ahead.
Being a good movie is 25% of the deal, because there's a Captain Marvel movie. If you release a movie in a good situation, it's going to make money. If you release a good movie in a bad situation, you can forget about it, because there's some mediocre movies that made a whole lot of money because they were released in a good situation. You got to look at the situation before you say, let's make this movie with disposable characters that nobody knows or cares about. And then so on. You don't have a plan. Like James, John Wooden said, well, not having a plan is planning to fail, something to that effect. And just throwing these movies out there.
The quote is, failing to plan is planning to fail.
Yes. That's literally DC the last 7 years. On both animation and live action.
Well, to your point, they're selling us on the what. Here's what we have. Buy it. No, you don't give. You're missing the whole point of, to your point, how do you do it right, and then why? Like, why should we go see it?
Yep.
Give me the reason why. Why are we doing this?
Yeah, and it's $200 million a movie type of deal situation. And like I said, not having a plan for those 4 movies that they left on the side of the road dead. That's the kind of stuff that doesn't happen in companies that are being ran right. And we're talking about a new regime that did that. They sat in the office and looked at each other and came out with their groundwork for what they were going to do leading into James Gunn's DCU. And I'm like, highly educated people came up with this. And 1.2 billion of as far as advertising and everything else that they spent to basically make those movies roadkill. And a company that can't afford, that's looking to cut $3 billion in spending before the end of the quarter. Yeah. So they didn't have that money to do that with. So yeah, it's the whole thing is like.
Well, they did their best. I mean, James Gunn was going like, Flash is one of the best movies I've ever seen.
Yeah, and
I tried too. And, we believe him.
They didn't do him any favors, to be honest with you, by not having a transition plan that looked like a transition plan.
They had
now. Whether you like it, no plan at all. Whether you like him or not, he's taking on the burden of what was left over instead of the previous people just saying, you know what, just wrap this up quick as possible, transition into this, instead of losing all this money on these movies. I mean, do something with them, but there's just no plan when it comes to these guys, and I don't think that's an effect that goes away by summer of 2025. Unfortunately.
It's going to be interesting, though, because now, like this year, I mean, obviously with both studios struggling, which is like, and the fact that they only have one movie, each one has only one movie. I mean, obviously there's Creature Commandos, that's just a series, whatever the hell. But it's like they only, it's Sony's year.
Yeah, it is.
Let's do it. It's Sony's year when it comes to all this. But I mean, like, Marvel Studios, they have a winner that's coming. Deadpool 3. I just think that movie sells itself, to be honest. And then Joker, we'll see what happens when it comes to that. I mean, that's going to be an interesting reaction.
I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting reaction because it's like, it's coming off a $1 billion movie that came out 2019, so we're like 5 years later. And it's crazy that's and a lot of people were like, it doesn't need a sequel, and then it's going to have this musical take. And we all know that musicals don't exactly play to the general audience. So
Yeah, just like a Cats. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Huh.
you're coming off the groundwork laid by the first one though. So we're not just coming out with like
Yeah.
the
Not
original
only
Joker,
that,
the musical, so
you have the inclusion of Lady Gaga, and that's
Yeah.
going to be
True.
kind of it's going to be a similar kind of reverb effect like Taylor Swift had at the box office, just probably to I'm not going to say the same degree, but it's in the same ballpark.
Well, and also the thing that gets me when people say that musicals don't play well, and it's interesting because yet they can still make money at the box office, and they can still like I mean, La La Land like was a weird sleeper that came like
it was
it's
a
like
best picture nom.
it got a
Yeah.
Best Picture nom and it
Won her Best
won Best Picture for like 5 seconds.
Yeah. Wrong part.
Thank you,
That was
Warren Beatty.
Reading's tough. Reading's tough.
I know, right? But it's interesting.
Reading is
It's like
hard.
it's interesting that
can't read.
musicals work well if they're done well and they're average, and usually word of mouth. That's what's going to do well. But it's interesting that just telling people it's a musical turns them off. But you have to get them into the theater, and if you did a good job, suddenly everyone wants to see it. I mean,
Well-
that's
well,
what
look,
that's what La La Land was like. I remember that everyone
True.
was like, "It's a musical." Oh,
Well, look at I just read an interview with the director for the new Mean Girls movie, and they said, "Yeah, we didn't want to tell people it's a musical because we already saw the numbers we were going to lose at that point. We just get them into the theater, and then they discover it's a musical, So we wanted to get people in, so we avoided calling it a musical at all."
Well,
See-
and I don't think anybody wanted a Mean Girls.
No,
But-
well,
but then you got
someone did.
Wonka.
Someone did.
Yeah, someone did, but then you got the Wonka
Not on this
movie,
panel.
which is actually not doing terribly at the box office, and that's a musical.
That's true. Yeah.
Wonka is actually doing fairly decent. It's already made $500 million, so at least
Ooh.
the fact that it's like I didn't think that movie was gonna do well. I was like, when I saw it, I was like, but I kept hearing good things about it, and now it's crossed $500 million. So it's like, okay, so they had something here
It's
apparently.
all on Hugh Grant's shoulders. It's all on that.
Yeah,
Oompa
it's
Loompa.
all him being an Oompa Loompa.
How uncomfortable he looks as a yeah. But Joker's supposed to. It's not from what I've heard. Actually, it's not a full on. There's musical elements.
No.
to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's going to do fine because it's got Lady Gaga. It's got the history of the original movie being what it was, and as long as I trust Todd Phillips, so that's going to be the movie I'm like. Besides Dune and all the other ones, but for a comic book movie, that's going to be my highlight of the year.
And I
I'm
think
never
that's
getting
what
beyond Spider-Man.
that's what's good about this year is like, okay, we're not going to have. I mean, obviously Sony's going buck wild this year, but when it comes to Marvel Studios and DC, they're just kind of like, all right, everybody's kind of just like, okay, we're just going to have one movie that comes out this year, and then the remaining years, who knows? Hopefully they scale it back a little bit because it got to be.
Hopefully they never
they're-
do, and then we'll get one
They're
again.
learning their lessons already. I mean, what the
I
Hollywood
think so,
Reporter
yeah.
has put out with Daredevil, Born Again, everything this week. They're saying, okay, they're canon. We've got the stunt coordinator coming back. We've
Yes.
got.
we're bringing back Foggy and Karen.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, they literally, D'Onofrio says they got in the room, said, okay, this is how it's happening now. We're changing it up. Saying, okay, now we're seeing from the people that are telling it and living it, saying, okay, now I can actually possibly believe they're learning some lessons. But I'm telling you, Echo, Agatha, Wonder Man, those shows do not get greenlit in this new regime. They're still going to put them out, but those are the last remnants of the former regime of Marvel.
Yeah.
That's because Chapek wanted volume over quantity.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Big
Oh yeah.
time.
Yeah. He totally misunderstood the market.
Yeah, because I think they should cut the fat and get to X-Men, Fantastic Four, and Spider-Man. That's what I've been saying.
No, you're right.
I need. If it were up to me, like I always say, at the end of No Way Home, I got the Fantastic Four standing there. How the fuck did we get here? And they're the ones that help you fix all this.
Well,
with,
here's the
whole
other
rookie
mistake
thing.
too with that too, William. You ended Phase 4 without an Avengers movie. We don't know who the Avengers are. We don't know where the Avengers are. That was one of the worst mistakes of Phase 4.
No, Chris.
not ending-
Here's what happened. You ended Phase 4, and I literally had to ask Travis,
Yeah, you're right.
When did Phase 5 start? Like I'm literally, because you got the TV shows and you got the movies, and I'm like, when was the end of Phase 4 and when was the beginning of Phase 5? Because how do I know?
Where's my chart?
There you go. Yeah.
Like, how do I know that that it's the end of a phase? Like, that's what an Avengers movie always did.
Yeah.
It said, "This is the end of a phase."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the other thing they're working on right now, from what we're hearing with the TV shows, hey, guess what? They're having TV people. They're getting showrunners. They're getting a Bible for the show. Like supposedly they're not making shows like a movie, a cut up movie.
Good.
You know?
Don't do
I mean,
that.
I mean, look at Daredevil getting a complete and total overhaul and having all the Netflix stuff now be canonized because of it. Right?
Because they also know how much that show has been respected from Netflix, and they're saying we cannot screw this up.
They They actually listen to the audience, which is good. You know, it's a good thing.
It's an interesting thing because it's like it's what we've talked about that Marvel will eventually deal with when they have to recast these characters.
Mm-hmm.
Is you never had that problem. Like you didn't have popular versions of these characters for people to point at and compare. But
No,
you have
Spider-Man, but yeah, go on.
But not the MC. But you know,
yeah,
not not like all those OG characters. But you get Daredevil, and you go, oh no, we love that Netflix show. So if you're going to do your MCU version of Daredevil, then you've got a whole bunch of people going, don't fuck this up.
Yep.
Because Netflix nailed it. Like, that's the one time people can point and go, oh no, they got it.
Yeah.
So what are you doing now?
Yeah. And and I'm loving the fact that, like you said, like, I mean, they're bringing all that back, and
Bernthal's in
like,
it.
Yeah, Bernthal, and then of course the stuff that he says, he goes, "Yeah, I'm not coming back as Punisher unless it's done right." It's like, yeah, motherfucker, and that's what I'm talking about. And you know what's funny? It's like we got two Punisher seasons,
2 seasons,
great, yeah, but it's like, do they need to have a Punisher standalone show? No. I don't think they do. I think I think Punisher really works as
he's a great supporting character.
He's a great supporting character. It's like we got 2 seasons. The first season on Netflix was great. Second season was still, it was good, but it wasn't as good as the first because, it's like you have that first revenge story. You got his story that we see in the first season. And yeah, but I think like bringing him back as like a good supporting character, I think is the best way to do it. And I think like, Feige and crew are just finally realizing like, yeah, we got to be a little bit more mature here. We got an R-rated Deadpool 3. I mean, they're bringing in like into the MCU, these already existing characters that other studios are already handling.
Yep.
So now Feige has to just be like, all right, let's just bring them in and let them do their thing.
Yeah, that's one of his strengths.
Song.
That's one of his strengths, though, because 5 years ago, he wouldn't have done that. He's evolved to the point where he's changed his mind about that. Because 5 years ago, if it wasn't made within his machine, he wasn't going to add that ingredient into it. But give him credit that he's able to look at the landscape and adjust to it. Not a lot of studio heads are willing to do what he did.
I'm going to kind of push back on that a little bit because his name is on the X-Men films as well as the Spider-Man films, and he did bring in Tobey Maguire, Charles Xavier, and now Hugh Jackman.
Yeah, but he never added them before this. I know he came up that way, but when it came to the MCU, even though he had that history, it just seemed like he was never willing to take this piece of clay and add it to this piece of clay up until recently.
Technically, he couldn't because the properties weren't owned by Marvel Studios proper, so it's not like he could if he wanted to at the time.
But once he was able to, though, even when they've had these Fox properties, they've had these properties for quite some time now, and at the beginning of the whole Netflix thing and the beginning of the whole day, they were adamant. He was adamant against it. So he has evolved because when did they acquire the Fox properties?
2019. 2019 is when it finalized.
Yeah, and the license for everything else. So we're 5 years in, and like I said, most
kind of.
Yeah, most studio heads would have just stuck to what they said before. At least he's moving in the direction, of something different.
And,
So,
and
I gotta
also,
give credit.
when he makes 2 years ago, I talked about this last time at Marvel Alliance, that you look at 2 years ago, 3 years ago, wherever it was, the SDC, where we get the whole new next phases and everything like that. If behind the scenes stuff that he was not wanting to do that, I was still Chapek pushing and saying, no, we got to put out everything you can at that point. Feige also does not work that way. I wouldn't say he's like not necessarily James Gunn in the sense of we're not putting anything out without a script. He's not necessarily ready to put things out unless he's feeling a little bit ready too. And you could tell like we put out way too much at that one time. You didn't need to.
He's had a timeline since I would say phase 2, and he's stuck to it since then, and he doesn't try to deviate from it much, if at all, unless an opportunity arises, i.e. Spider-Man. Mm-hmm. So the opportunity again came when they acquired Fantastic Four, X-Men, and even then they already had plans in place for what was phase 4 and 5. So by the time they could add anything from Fantastic Four and the X-Men, it wasn't going to be at least until phase 6. Give or take.
But before that, though, would he have done this in the past?
Like you're talking about, probably like what 2015.
Well, not right now. Right now, would he had made the decision with Daredevil, as far as canonizing the Netflix stuff? Would past Kevin Feige make that decision?
I don't think he would have, because if you look at how much he and Jeff Loeb, when Jeff Loeb was kind of running the TV stuff, how much they butted.
Two separate entities. Again, it was Marvel Entertainment being ran by Ike Perlmutter, and to your point, Jeff Loeb. So yeah, them handling certain stuff on TV with Netflix made it very difficult for Kevin Feige to be like, yeah, no, you can't do that. It wasn't really his call, even though at the end of the day he could probably make some pull with Bob Iger at the time and say,
he could have. Well, he maybe did. He could have at least have acknowledged.
Sure.
The whole point with Netflix Marvel, as we called it, was because they would vaguely reference stuff from the MCU. You know, they talk about the guy with they would reference Thor, Hulk,
the Battle of New York. They outright called the Battle of New York. So yeah, you're right.
Right. But yet the movies side, that's why we had the question of, some of us would headcanon and say Netflix Marvel exists, but the movies never let you know it. I mean, that was kind of the fun thing when Charlie Cox shows up in No Way Home going, hey, Daredevil.
Yeah.
and that's when you get in when they're canonized. This, and also something I've said, like hardcore fans are going to have to, okay, they're canon. Yeah, they're going to be canon in the big ideas. The little things you're going to have to let go, in the sense of either they're not going to acknowledge it or they're just going to outright retcon and just say, be happy that we can officially say it's in. You take what you get.
More than I thought I was going to get. More than I thought I was going to get. That's for sure.
When on Disney Plus they show up in the timeline now. Mm-hmm. Okay, hey, there.
No, and Vincent D'Onofrio talking about that, I think that just made a lot of people just happy. Like, okay, yes, you're doing, you're doing the right thing. It's not like I'm not looking like, when it comes to Daredevil Born Again, am I looking to have like the same, Netflix quality? No, but at least get close. At least get close.
Get to that line. I don't think we're gonna have Kingpin decapitating someone
with a car door,
and then looking at the camera. This is, I'm Kingpin. You're watching Disney Plus.
That's PG-13. I can't have that. Listen, PG-13 was a bullshit rating that was created to keep teens going to the movies.
Oh, because of Jaws.
Temple of Doom.
Red Dawn.
Oh, Temple of Doom.
Yeah,
that's right. Not Jaws. Temple of Doom.
Spielberg spearheaded it, but Red Dawn was. We were talking about this the other night. Red Dawn was the first movie I think, and that Flamingo Kid was released as a PG-13 movie, and that is not PG-13. There's all, we read through the IMDb thing, all the stuff that happened in Red Dawn. I'm sorry, that was a sham rating so that you could get the Rat Pack, which is Esteban, Sheen, and all those guys, to keep going to the movies without their parents being scared. Oh, you're going to see an R-rated.
The 80s, man, the 80s.
Yeah, the 80s,
amazing
you couldn't
time.
do that.
It was an amazing
If it was R-rated, it was a taboo that you couldn't let your 13, 14-year-olds go without the parent or guardian. But PG-13, they gave that bullshit in. And like I said, opens up with a guy, the teacher getting shot in the head, students getting shot up, hanging out of windows, there's people getting a mass murder. There's a mass execution scene. That's PG-13. I'm like, okay, the
You're
rating is
stretching the
always
term a
good.
little bit.
Yeah. So give me Kingpin slamming some guy's head in the car. Come on, man.
Again, I just want him looking at the screen after that saying, I'm Kingpin. You're watching Disney Plus.
Yeah. And then, hey, put the rating on there. Put
Yep,
the
exactly. All right there.
rating right up
Hey,
there.
but you know, you
TVMA.
Yeah.
I've only watched the first episode and I've heard mixed reviews. But I mean, they even put Echo on Hulu and Disney Plus. You know, rated TVMA. But at least what I will give Feige credit for, to Chris's point, or really Will's point as well, is at least they saw where Born Again was going, and they were willing to go. No.
Go back to formula.
No. But thank you for that Green Goblin reference, Chris. Back to formula.
Like I said, the content.
No, I'm a bit of a scientist myself. What?
Ah.
Yeah, not all the content of MCU has been my favorite, but I've always appreciated the structure, the fact that they trust their plan for the most part. They make deviations and adjustments when necessary, when the situation changes. But for the most part, they don't flinch too much unless they really need to. And when they do make adjustments, they make the right ones, and it's seamless. Like I said, you make the right decisions, like with the Daredevil thing. Nobody questions you when you do things right or when you make common sense decisions. And that's like, not all studios have this.
Or you do the thing that we want you to do, which is make it more like the Netflix show.
And you know what? I've said this before too, in the sense of, Phase 4, good and bad at that point. I applaud them actually trying to do something different. Instead of trying to do in the sense of trying to bring in some characters that have been form an idea of PTSD, trauma, doing that, different things, and trying to figure out something. It was a mess, but I applaud them for trying.
I think the thing that gets me, I think what got me, and I felt it going into Phase 4, which is why I kind of checked out anyway, was you made the TV show something you had to watch to understand the movies. Like, all Heather wanted to do was watch Multiverse of Madness. And I'm having to explain WandaVision to her because you lose the arc if you lose Scarlet Witch's arc if you haven't seen WandaVision.
Yeah, that turn in the movie you don't quite get. It comes out of nowhere if you don't see WandaVision.
Yeah,
right. And then Captain America: New World Order. Well, I haven't seen Falcon and the Winter Soldier, and so there becomes it's the Marvel homework problem, and I'm glad the timeline watch order exists on Disney Plus, but also the fact that those shows you have to have Disney Plus, because I can purchase the Marvel Netflix shows now. I can digitally buy those, outside of Netflix, all the seasons, Iron Fist, Luke Cage, Punisher, Defenders, all Daredevil, it's all there. But once again, if you want to have a proper rewatch of the MCU, you have to be subscribed. You have to buy really expensive 4K discs for WandaVision at this point, and only WandaVision, or you have to have Disney Plus. And it's just they're making the barrier to entry harder.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
And that's when I go back to I'm kind of over the connected universe thing, because I'm tired of there being high bars of entry. It's like, I just want to be able to watch the movie that I want to watch. If there's a movie that I'm interested in, I want to be able to watch that movie.
Yeah, I mean, and this is one of the things that when it comes to James Gunn, and he's talked about this, that how, when it comes to connected universes, it's like, no, he doesn't want people to have homework when it comes.
And I'm waiting to see if his butt can cash the check that his mouth wrote.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's easy to say that when you're in a Gods and Monsters, they're Phase 1. It's easy to say that because that's where nothing's hugely connected. They're in a universe. They're sort of winking and nodding at each other. Same thing kind of Marvel did. It's when you get to the next phase of whatever is following that, if they get to that point, because again, we've said it before. Everything's riding on Superman Legacy. That comes out as mid-level, and it's not a thing. That's gonna hurt.
Yep.
Axel, don't choke.
Did it come through his nose?
Look over at Axel, and he's like,
Sorry
"Whoa."
for that. Yeah, that's why I had myself muted.
I can't do a Heimlich maneuver from
I'm
Vegas.
glad
You're on
you
your own.
muted at least,
Yeah.
but I was just like looking over
Well,
at
you can just
Axel.
come
I'm
through
like,
the screen, just right
I'm
through
like,
the screen.
dude,
man.
are
You
you
got
like
it.
okay? Jesus
It's like the
Christ.
thought of Superman Legacy failing made him choke on his own happiness.
No, but I mean, yeah, you're right though. It's like, okay, yeah. So at first, yeah, you could be like, oh yeah, we could keep it pretty separate. And I just hope that he keeps that plan where it's like when you watch one of these movies, yeah, like I said, you don't have to watch the previous movie, and maybe there could be a reference, and yeah, it could be connected, but it doesn't have to be connected to the point where it's like, all right, I needed to understand what's happening here. I needed to watch which now, and then like you said, to understand Multiverse of Madness, I needed to watch WandaVision, which is on a different it's a TV show that you had to sit down and binge to understand this, and it's like I think they tried. Like when you watch Multiverse of Madness, it's like almost like they tried to be like, hey, she's just she wants her kids back, but then you kind of like it's like, yeah,
when
but
did
that's not
she?
gonna work.
But if you go back and watch just the movies, you go, when
a minute.
did she?
Yeah,
have
when?
kids?
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute, they're not real? Oh.
Yeah, exactly. So there's all this, there's just a lot of homework when it comes to that. And yeah, that's, and I'm a fan of Multiverse of Madness, but at the same time, it's like, all right, if I'm gonna introduce somebody to this, like, and be like, hey, this is a great, follow up to, remember we watched Doctor Strange, the first one. You want to watch the second one? Well, we have to first binge watch this to understand what's happening here, and it's like, it is one of those things because I mean, I did do that with my girlfriend. Was like, I try to just show her, all right, we don't have to watch everything in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and I started picking and choosing, and then we even like bounced back and did some things, and it was a little difficult, but yeah, when it comes to now this phase,
And
there's no
Ja-
way that we
yeah.
can,
James
do
Gunn
things.
can do it really well in the sense of, you've got Swamp Thing. Okay, you've got that corner of the DC. If you want to watch stuff like that, you could just focus on that corner. You want to
Yeah.
go cosmic, you go a different side. You want to focus on Superman, you could watch Superman. But they have those little crossover moments, and everyone can have their own little pocket that they can watch.
Yep.
It sounds good, but the one thing he's up against, and I'm not saying it's not, impossible that he can pull this off, is the market will demand where that goes.
Yeah.
And for the most part, see, here's the thing though, you can come up with an individual idea and say, I'm going to do this because I'm going to be special and different. And that's I applaud that. That's great.
Mm-hmm.
But at some point gravity hits, and the expectations in this atmosphere, in this era of superhero movies, the purchaser, the consumer does not want, for the most part, I know a lot of us do, but the general public wants that money to go further. They want that $10 that they're spending, that $15 that they're spending, to go a lot further than the moment that they're sitting in front of you. That's an investment for them that they want to make. They want to know that there's more to what they're buying than just this 2-hour movie. So the market,
to your point, William, it's a business. You brought it up earlier. It's a business. It's a company that wants it to continue on. Why do you think we're redoing Harry Potter on Max?
Yeah.
We're redoing the movies as a TV show now.
Yeah, and continuity is cash. People want to know. And once again, it doesn't have to go forever. You can control the growth of it, but there has to be a payoff. There has to be a beginning phase, a middle phase, and an end phase. And that's something that Marvel, for better or for worse, has nailed, and DC has yet to.
And it's so funny, Chris. You mentioned the Harry Potter thing, but yet even my kids are like, but the movies leave out so much. And I'm just like,
That's the only way I.
and I'm like, oh, you are my children.
Yep.
You are
They
my
do live
children.
out so much.
Oh man, yeah, those are your kids right there.
Yeah.
The movies leave out so much. I love
They
that.
read those damn books, huh?
Yes,
movies
they
fight.
did.
Well, because as a family, we're sitting down and watching the Percy Jackson series on Disney Plus, and like they're loving it because they're like, oh yeah, everything's in this. Yes, because you did it as a show and not as a movie. And
See?
they also do the cute thing where every episode title is a chapter title from the book.
Yep.
So it's like,
Okay. See, that's what I'm hearing about that. that series is the fact that people who are fans of the books are really enjoying it because it's long form. They're not condensing something into a 2 hour 15-minute movie. So I mean, that's the thing is like when it comes to adapting some of these like books and these stories, it's like, yeah, maybe you have to take the series route, but then at the same time, that's not making these companies money. Sometimes it's like,
well, not when you're releasing them on their own streaming service. Like that's what Steven's point always is that you don't have ad revenue. You're not selling it to someone else who's going to pay you for it. You're making it all in-house.
And that's what sucks because it's like it could be quality, but at the same time, it's like, well, we're not making any money, so we're not going to do this again. And it's like,
And to your point on that, the dinosaur logic when it comes to investing in streaming is just annoying as fuck. David Zaslav came out here to CinemaCon, stood up in front of all these hungry wolves at NATO, these starving theater owners that need things to get better, and lied. And basically lied about.
Really?
Yeah. This is because here's the thing. Because the math pretty much tells you he may not have outright lied, but you're going to say with the streaming revenue that is out there on the table and the sustainability of that you're not going to make investments into this stuff. And if you're telling the truth, then how are you going to make that work? Because here's the thing, the family dynamic, the average moviegoer, if you're taking a family, is anywhere between $100 to $125 for a family with snacks, gas, everything to go to a movie. All right. If you look at wages and everything else has gone up, but that family cost of living is right where it's at. So you could have 4 great movies that you want to see. You want to see all these movies, right? You're going to have to possibly cut 2 of those off because the kids got to eat, cars got to have gas, everything's got to happen. And as these movies are coming out and they're not getting any cheaper. So if you look at that dynamic, how can you say that you're not going to make the proper investment and make it convenient for the customer? How are you going to say, well, we're going to put all this back into the theaters? And even on their end of it, it's like that table in Batman that where him and Vicky Vale are sitting at the table and it's a really long table. So your money, if I'm the studio, I'm sitting at this part of the table, and Vicky Vale's got all my money. All these middle people get a percentage. All these laid-in bonuses. The theater gets 35. By the time my meatloaf or my prime rib gets to me at that table, a whole bunch of people have eaten off it, right? So now how do you stay rich? How do you get rich? You get greedy. All these people are greedy. So wouldn't it make more logical sense that you're cutting out all those people at the table and you get more prime rib? You're getting it to your domain quicker, and you're cutting out.
I just love how you went from meatloaf to prime rib. That was but that's like one to.
How are you going to tell the theater owner? How are you going to tell them that we're not going to do this? We're not going to do that. Doesn't the market dictate that?
Yeah. Yeah,
that's a legit question. I mean, that's not more statement because I can't believe if I do the math.
No, you bring out like good questions. You do. I mean, like it's with everything. Obviously, like when it comes to this genre, I mean, starting with Superman 78, I mean, obviously there was live action stuff before that, sure, but when it came to cinematic, it was just like you saw that, and then Batman 89, and then 90s they were trying to do some stuff, and then all of a sudden, like when it came to 2000s, it started booming because of where everything was going and everything. And anytime like a superhero movie like kind of came out, everybody was like, oh, you got to rush to it. Now it's just to the point where it's like, which one do I want to watch?
Yeah, those same people who rushed to it got married, had kids.
Yep.
And
don't give a shit. And the kids don't give a shit. Yeah.
Yeah. And
or these are all PG-13 movies that some parents are like, I need to see this before I let my kids watch. It's not the 80s anymore where I see RoboCop in the 3rd grade. It's not that. I'm a family of 5. All 5 of us went to one movie in 2023. Like
one?
Mario. Yeah, same here. Only one last year. Yeah.
Yeah. What was yours, Chris?
Super Mario.
See, we even let 4 of us went to Super Mario, but not all 5. Paw Patrol got all 5 of us. to go. But still, but to your point, if you count, even leaving the littlest one off,
Yeah.
that was 2 in the entire year, where 4 of us went to go see Mario, and then 5 of us went to go see the Mighty
true.
Pups movie. Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, no job is too big, no pup is too small.
That is true.
And on that note, I need to sign off because I got to be at work at 8 in.
That's true.
So,
Yeah.
Happy
All right,
Saturday.
Scott. Well, go
Good night,
ahead
Scott.
and plug away.
well, of course, you can find me on Twitter, ScottDC27, on Instagram at McMerlin, and on Vero at Scott McClellan. You can find my podcast at DC Squadcast, wherever podcasts can be found. We're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, with the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com. And now, every Thursday night at 10 o'clock Central, 8 o'clock Pacific, right here on the Film Junkie YouTube channel, you can join us for the DC Fanimated stream as we watch the entire DC animated universe. Next week, we'll be watching Superman the Animated Series, Monkey Fun.
That was a perfect promo, dude. I need to hire you.
I'm telling you. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
like,
why.
we'll
Yeah,
get with
that's
you
why we love
offline.
that. All right, Scott. Appreciate you joining tonight. Get some
Scott.
sleep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
go to work.
All right.
Make a buck.
Be here
Yeah.
for you.
Nice,
Love
Scott.
you, man.
Take care.
Bye.
All right.
Later.
See you
y'all.
later.
Yeah, because if it were me, like I said, if you look at the money, so how many subscribers does HBO or Max or whatever the fuck it's called now? If you get to 60, 65, 75 million subscribers, right, which should be a goal at this point already, at $14-15 a head, you do the math per month. There's no set of movies that you can invest in the box office that's going to get you that kind of calendar revenue, and that provides stability. You go back to your shareholders and say, like Netflix and 38 billion in revenue a year for what they do. That, to me, I don't see how you cannot favor that model over anything else, math wise.
Yeah. It is interesting because, I think, obviously the pandemic had a lot to do with like some of the problems that we're dealing with right now. That's why, like, when it came to Disney Plus and Disney, they were just like, hey, we got to make shows. So they were like Star Wars, Marvel, Star Wars, Marvel, Star Wars. And they put a bunch of money into that, but didn't quite get that return, and even Warner Brothers, they try to do their thing too. But I mean, yeah, it's such a weird thing because I hear one thing and then hear another, and I'm like, I don't even get the whole logistics because it seems like, okay, streaming was always going to be a thing, but it got pulled forward, it got pulled, to, because of the pandemic. So, and I think that the companies weren't ready for it. And I don't know. It's such an interesting thing. What? Go ahead.
Oh no, but okay. So if you look at, say you scale down on streaming and you start loading all this money in the thing,
Which they are doing. They're canceling shows like crazy.
But that doesn't change the consumer dynamic, though. You're
Yeah.
not meeting the demands of the customer.
No.
That's my question. Like I said, this is not necessarily a statement, so don't take anybody in chat. He's wanting to kill cinema. No, this is that somebody who promotes these movies. I got people who would not be able to go see movies if they didn't come get our promo stuff.
That's what's such a weird thing. It's like, and I'm wondering, like, what's the breakdown when it comes to that? Because I know that was always like a thing, like when Ray Flightcast would be on here, and he was all about streaming, even when he was on Twitter before he canceled his Twitter. It was like, it's like, all right, so what is the money? What is going on? And what I kept on like talking about with like my friend who's in that world, he said, yeah, streaming is killing all this stuff. And I'm like, but how, if you crunch these numbers and you say like, they have this many subscribers at, this pay rate, but then at the same time, you're seeing like the layoffs, you're seeing like these streaming services going like, oh yeah, we have a different tier, but it's going to have ads and all this stuff. It's just, it almost seems like they were trying to grab the cable TV market with streaming, and they didn't quite get it there. So now it's turning into that where you have to buy tiers and you have commercials and all this stuff. And it's, again, it could just be back to just the whole greed thing. It's like, oh, nobody could take a pay cut. You have to make your fucking, $25 million a year. Iger. Sorry.
Here's the problem I see, and I could be completely wrong. I think the problem is it's old Hollywood that's ushering in this thing, and these guys that's not their deal. I don't think any of these old studio heads are going to be the ones that bring us properly into the streaming era. I think their successors are. And I know people are going to laugh at me because we say it on the show all the time.
Kylar.
Jason Kilar he was right.
He had the idea. Yes.
Yeah. And when all these guys, these 70-year-old and 80-year-old men in the late 60s, when they start getting on their yachts and retiring and going off to the sunset with the mistress, the younger guys, the generation guys, the 55 and below guys are going to come in because this has been their culture from the start. They grew up with this reality. They grew up and less and less in Generation X, the 57-year-old going all the way down to the beginning of Generation X. You have generations that have never not had digital in certain situations. So those are the guys who are going to usher this in. But you have the dinosaurs that are like, they cannot let go of the old Hollywood model because that's what they know. That's the pool that they've swam in their whole life. Yeah. So Zazoff is 63, 64 in his mid 60s. He comes from a generation that favors this model. All these other guys are in their 70s. Some of them are in their 80s. So you have those guys, when they make these cuts and they do these things, they're using a logic that applies to the box office. And so are a lot of general audiences. They're like, well, you can't spend that much on a movie. How are you going to make your money back? You make your money back in streaming with collective advantage. It's like insurance. If you constantly have things on there and you keep that stabilization of that number, that ups the value of your company. That's why Netflix can run in debt for so long, because their lenders and their financiers see the revenue that they're pulling in and they allow them to do that. That's where their stock is, where they're at, and WB stock is where it's at for the most part. They make those investments. The Irishman wasn't cheap. Stranger Things is expensive, but you have to make that investment. You can't cut back at this point.
That show should have ended 2 seasons ago.
Well, I mean, even look at what
season 4, brilliant.
What Apple TV Plus has had to do. They have nothing. They start with absolutely nothing, and they create a streaming platform. They literally have to build up their own brands and creating either shows or movies or sponsoring stuff, producing stuff. So, I mean, of course, Apple can print money these days. They're one of the few that actually can do
Amazon,
it.
Exactly.
Amazon.
Apple and Amazon are the big ones.
Yeah. So it changes the dynamic with the idea, like we all could say with streaming, in the sense that the movie business is not going to die. It has changed in the sense of, you know, I'm one of the people that says Deadpool 3 is not going to make $1 billion, and part of the reason is going to be streaming.
Yeah. I have the option.
Yeah,
I have that option.
You have the option. It still will be. They're going to build it as an event movie, but it still will be enough of a segment of the population will be like, I can wait 60 days, 90 days. And be okay. Like, my wife doesn't go to the movies anymore. We don't go to the movies anymore without the kids because she doesn't. It's the theater experience isn't her thing. I enjoy it because I grew up with that. I like that experience, and plus I run a podcast where I need to do it. But you know, but
part of your job.
And so that's a different experience. But you're right. The new generation that's going to take over these companies and be the successors are going to usher in the true switch of where not theaters are dying, but just finding that balance. Because look at, what is it, Amazon looking at buying theaters, movie chains at that point. Look what they're doing with it. If you're a Prime member, you can see early previews of their shows and movies at a theater as a Prime member. I mean, that's the beginning.
And another thing is financially is, like I said, your money, you get the diminishing of the returns of that long table. So once you make that investment, you're going to end up seeing 30-day windows, because 82% of film goers, for the most part, most movies, there are outliers like Barbie, but see those movies in the first 2 weeks. So the sooner you can get it off of that table where all the greedy bastards are eating at your prime rib, as soon as you can get that and put the dome back on it and run away and eat it in your room, you keep more of what you spent. You get more of your investment back. So instead of giving 35%, because the longer that movie sits in the theater, you're still giving 35% to that theater. And if somebody has a back end bonus, so say if it's Tom, any of these guys, they have bonuses attached to the amount of money that it makes in the box office, not necessarily the overall collective revenue that you get from the thing, unless they work that into that deal, which most people haven't unless they're bigwigs. That means that diminishes. So your cost to have this movie sitting out at the end of the table decreases when you get a smaller table. So yeah, you can still have this going on in the theaters, but I still think the focal point of entertainment industry is going to be the convenience, because it's not me trying to kill the industry. It's not the studio heads eventually. It's the customer. It's like Amazon. People say, well, Amazon's killing this. No, the customer killed it when they said, you know what, this digital format is easier for us. If the customer said, I want hard books and brick and mortars, guess what? That's where the greedy business people will go. The customer is dictating this. And I think the newer generation will do it better because we are living in this. We are digital everything.
Yeah.
Most of the, go ahead.
But I will say, I'm just saying, like, there is a market for, I mean, look at what happened with vinyl in music.
Yes.
That created a boom where people were like buying that. And I'm not saying that like people just like everybody flocked to it, but there was a market for it. I think that's what's going to be happening. I mean, look what
physical media too, by the way. Physical media.
Yeah.
I think that's going to
look what Best Buy is doing. They're getting rid of it. Now all of a sudden you're going to walk into a Best Buy. There's not going to be any Blu-rays or anything like that. It's all just going to be fucking TVs and computers and everything like that, which is crazy to think about because I still remember going to get
my stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's like, I remember going to Best Buy all the time to get CDs and DVDs and all this stuff.
Half my paycheck working for Best Buy went back to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
I think there's always going to be that. It's like a subculture, I guess you could say, just like vinyl. Like, I mean, there's the mall that I go to, there is a record store in there, and it's crazy that I'm like, it's still going. People go in there, and I always see people all in there. So there's always going to be a market for that, but at the same time, when it comes to the overall majority, yes, it's like people are going to go with what's more convenient. And I've even been part of that too. Like, I was very much in physical media. Obviously, when it came, I have boxes full of DVDs, but when it came to the digital, era, I just went, I don't need to have it all. Eventually, I'll probably get back into it because there's something about having and when it comes to books, I can't read it off a screen. I'm like, I can't read a book off a screen. I have
it read to you. Audio, you can't do the audio.
I can't do it. I can't do it. I really can't. I have to read it like full on. Have to have the physical copy. Comic books, everything. I can't read it off
comic books. Stick with those comics, damn it.
Oh yeah, no, trust me. Yeah, I can't. I can't.
I've got to have a balance because of space. Space is just going to run out. So I've
had
to strike a balance.
Yeah.
Open up a store. You can store the stuff there. That's what I did.
William, I'm going to live vicariously through you. All right.
So do I. But there's going to be a balance. And like I said, the Generation Xers and the Millennials, those guys who, when they run the show, they'll be able to recognize that balance. Because here's what COVID taught you.
I hope
or
so.
at least it taught us, is that people still want those random encounters. Humans want human interactions. And these gathering places, as they realize that they've chased them over the cliff like the buffalo, they realize they want them now that they're dead. And physical media will come back. I think it may not be the dominant thing, but it'll be there enough, more than it is right now. Best Buy will have a section in there. You'll still be able to go to places. Bookstores will open up again. It'll be a balance that we weren't not the one we grew up with, but it'll still be available. But it's up to the consumer. As long as the consumer wants the convenience of just being able to press the button, there's really nothing that the people who run these companies can do but provide that. Mm-hmm. And it's the consumer that said, I can't take all my kids out to this movie. It's the consumer that said, I can't get to the store for this, or this isn't available here, so I need it electronic way. The consumer dictates everything. But if the consumer just all chokes up and stops doing these things, then there we go. But like I said, these millennials, these guys that are in their 30s and 40s and 50s now, they all have kids. Some of them are paying for sports, paying for a whole bunch of things, and the cost of living is not matched what most people are making in their jobs. Most millennials is a screwed generation. Millennials out there, listen. I'm sorry, I don't know who did it. They screwed millennials, because millennials, seriously, you look at the financial dynamic, and I got to do this to figure out who I'm aiming for. The millennials are making the same wages that we were.
Yeah.
That is not cool.
Nope.
How are you going to raise a kid with shit's way more expensive? We could barely afford it when we were their age. Now they're making the same money and shit's more expensive to grow everything. And not just recent inflation. You look at the last 7 to 8 years, everything has incrementally gone up. Very few things have gone down. Interest rates, housing, everything has gone up.
Yeah.
And they're still stuck making my money that I made when I was in my 20s and stuff like that. That's a recipe for not only the recipe for disaster, but that takes away an entire media market that now has to sit at home with their kids and watch that movie that they may have taken the family out for. So a lot of things have to change, and it's not all inside the entertainment industry either. So
well, even look at, like what you said, physical media. Look at the run on Oppenheimer. How many times I saw on Twitter, like, sold out. Like, you couldn't find Oppenheimer on physical. for weeks in the holidays.
Yeah, and like I said, and then certain things will always sell, like special editions and stuff like that. You'll always be able to go see those. And then obviously, if you can't get them in the store, you can get them on Amazon, things like that. I don't think physical media will ever completely die, but at the same time, it's you got to create a situation for your consumer to stick with you. I would rather have them watching me on digits than not watching me at all, to buy me that time for when things get better and he can take the family out and drop that 125.
Well, I mean, and I think like maybe people are waking up to the fact that it's like, all right, when these streaming services like get rid of certain, movies or shows or something like that, it's like, well, it just disappears. Like, what the fuck?
Right.
This is why you have to like, hey, if you get if you actually get a physical, and maybe I don't know if like the companies should like start like kind of thinking about that, where it's like, hey, we're gonna get rid of this thing you love right here, but if you want it, we can get you
Sell
a
it to you.
physical copy. Yeah, we could sell
Sell
it
it to you digitally. Sell it to you digitally.
or
because
that.
what they're getting rid of it because of they don't want to pay the residuals of it
Yeah.
sitting on their thing. It's not cost effective.
But
if
they
you
could have
buy
like
it-
a moment of like a week or two where like, hey, you can buy this before it leaves the service or something.
Oh yeah, I mean I did that a whole bunch before G.I. Joe and Transformers left. IDW lost the license. I got all that stuff on Comixology. I can still download it. You can't get that anymore on there because they lost the license. It's gone to Skybound and they haven't re-released anything like that. So I mean, there's something to be said. You want it, you buy it in one way or form, and you can have it. But if you just go with streaming, that's what you're going to open yourself up to. It's going to be here one moment, gone the next.
But the customer is going to have to come to a reckoning of what kind of retail world do I want? What kind of retail world? It's not going to be the guy sitting in the boardroom. He's going to do it in response to the customer saying, I miss bookstores, like Barnes and Noble sucks. I miss Borders. I miss places like Tower Records where they had that community
I miss
table.
Suncoast. I miss Suncoast.
Yeah, Suncoast. Even though I didn't buy anything there, it showed me what to buy.
You're too young, Axel. You're way
Yeah, I
too
know. You guys are
Sam
right.
Goodies, things like that.
FYE.
Yeah, and they were all in the
They're
mall.
still an FYE over at this mall right here.
Wow.
Yeah. I love roaming around there. It's great. Anyways,
humans
go ahead.
breed other humans. That's what
Yeah.
one of the things that was miserable with COVID is we took that for granted when we couldn't do it.
Yeah.
That random interaction and meeting people and growing people and that meeting that person in that graphic novel section at Borders, the comic book stores. I didn't open up a comic book store originally for money. I wanted that same feeling that it was when I sat at the comic book store all day long when I was a kid, and that, they got all my money that I had from my allowance. And that's the thing is people like those environments, but they can't afford those environments. So it's kind of like it's a yin and a yang at the same time. But I like I said, I'm a big streaming guy. I like I said, when Zaslav came out there and like I said, he told those hungry wolves, we're gonna do everything and we're gonna prop up theaters. And I'm like, dude, I mean, you said what you needed to say to get off that stage, maybe. I mean,
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, but mathematically, I'm like, and I understand, but I'm like, dude, why just go all in? Don't cut back on the investment of streaming. Go up, go all in. You have to. If you want to build that stable, you have to invest in any business. And yeah, it's gonna hurt at the beginning, but do you want that consistent revenue, or do you want to have 5 or 6 movies a year and sit, in your offices with your fingers crossed, hoping that the idea caught on and it's gonna make a lot of money? That's got to be stressful.
You know what's gonna happen? I mean, like with all the new the Meta and the Apple's like VR glasses. I mean, someone needs to come up with that. When it comes to the streaming services, is like create that video store atmosphere that we used to have. Friday night, you're walking in. You're walking in and like, what section do I want to go in? You have TVs playing trailers of movies and shit like that, and you're just like,
I know what
that's
section
how you pick your movie. I mean, obviously you could easily pick it, just by typing it in and blah blah blah. But man, give that little bit of virtual reality experience. And if they introduce smell-o-vision, hey, you get that smell that those fucking video stores used to have. So I don't know.
I would absolutely go to the 18+ section first.
Yeah, when you go to those old video stores and they had that
the curtain.
Yeah.
Remember the curtain?
Yeah, curtain.
Oh, yeah.
Beaded curtain.
Oh, I don't know how many
Beaded
times
curtain.
I snuck into that one when my mom wasn't looking. Just peek in. Hey, hey, look at that.
Well, I'm in here by accident. Where am I? Nah, man.
It's that Bed Bath and Beyond section you got to watch out for. That Beyond section's rough.
Yeah, man. It's well, like I said, I think it'll all come around, but the younger age, and by young, I mean people in their 50s, not people in their 60s and 70s.
Yeah.
Because those are your Generation Xers. Those are the guys who look. If you're a Generation Xer, you went from TV that was ABC, CBS, and NBC.
Yeah.
And on TV, you could turn your knob to get some stuff on there. You went from that era to the era we're in now. You have a better appreciation of it because you've seen without and you've seen with. Millennials are going to have an even better advantage because they literally, for the most part, have never existed without these type of things. And they existed with the box office. So these two generations, the subsequent generations, are going to be the ones that actually make this right and make it a happy balance. But the dinosaurs, they're not going to be the
Hear
ones.
that,
They
Axel?
don't know.
All up to you. It's all up to you.
Yeah.
Talk to you.
He's like, huh? What am I talking about? What are you talking about? I'm watching 5 movies right now on my phone.
Yeah, true. How'd you know I'm on my phone?
Son's getting really big guy.
Something.
Yeah. But I know, Chris, you got to take off.
Yep. Got to get to, like I said, sun's getting a little low. Got to get some sleep.
Yes.
So.
Now go ahead. Appreciate you joining. Always great to talk to you, my friend.
Yep. Always. All right. Catch y'all later.
See you later, Chris.
All right. No, it is interesting. It's like, because, I always talk to my friend who's in that world and everything's doom and gloom with him. And, it's always very difficult to see, like, he'll send me just like, oh, so-and-so they're layoffs and all this stuff. And it's always doom and gloom. And I'm like, man, is there any hope? Is there just
ask him how old his boss is? Because here's the thing. The dinosaur is going to make cuts because that's all he knows how to do. That's
Dinosaurs are extinct, though, William.
Exactly.
No, they're not because William's right here.
Oh wow! Damn.
Okay.
Now we've reached the
But the guys that's Phil's age, the guys that's your age, the guys that's your age, that'll be taking over these companies. Instead of cuts, they're going to come back to their
32.
stockholders. They're going to come back. Yeah, they're going to come back to their financiers and make a case for the investment. See, the dinosaur is going to say, "Oh, this is my finite. I have to cut because this is the way we've always done it." The newer guy is going to come in and make a case for that investment.
Yeah,
the Keelars are going to make the case for that investment. And be honest with you, when Zaslav does, and I don't think he's around for very much longer. When he does go, I want somebody who thinks like Keelar. I want somebody who thinks builds a new box and not just things out of it. Somebody in that realm that thinks that way, because he would be able. I could see that guy coming to stockholders and saying, you know what? Yeah, I know this is expensive. Yeah, there's no box office way we're going to make an immediate return, but the collective advantage, the value it brings to our streaming, the associated content. I'm not just selling this movie to you. When they get in there, we're going to sell them everything that has to do with that movie. Like when they're in Rebel Moon and Netflix throws up all that shit that's anything we're near the demographic of Rebel Moon, a lot of people are going to see that. And that justifies the expenditure of everything else. That keeps your streaming guy with you. And that increases the collective advantage of your overall thing. It's not like the box office. I spent 150 million, so I need to make 700 or 800 million. That's not the way streaming works. Collective advantage. And I think a younger Gen Xer, millennial and below will be able to make that case more than people who have always cut when things went bad. So it's your generation, Phil.
I mean, that's the thing. It's like, with a lot of things, people complain about that when it comes to our politicians. Why are our politicians always a fucking 106 years old? It's like,
they're always sleeping.
Man,
yeah.
I just had flashbacks to my birthday today. So me and my dad, no, I shit you not. Here's how it kind of connects. Because my dad, he's not one side or the other. He makes fun of both sides equally. But today, we're driving to the arcade because that's what I want to do for my birthday. We went and got Mel's for breakfast, and I had the best fucking chicken and waffles ever. And then as we're driving to the mall, my dad took my other pair of shades that I have in my car. They're aviators, and he's like, "Oh, look at me! I look like the fucking man in charge. I look like fucking Biden." And he was just making a whole ton of jokes about Biden's age and a bunch of other shit.
Yeah.
And it was just fucking funny, but it's that same deal. Like politics. I hate politics, but it's just
Well, you just need
we
fresh new
all do.
ideas. But you
yes,
also-
yes.
That's the
but
thing.
here's the thing.
Everything needs like fresh new ideas, and it just seems like they're like you were saying, William, it's like there's too many just like dinosaurs that are just running a lot of these things, and they're like with the old dinosaurs are extinct.
They're fucking
like-
extinct. What the fuck
I
are you
know,
talking about?
but at the same time, it's like we need some. And I think when it came to
We need young
Kylar,
blood.
he had some ideas, and he had ideas of like, okay, hey, well, the pandemic's happening, so let's go ahead and release, and maybe it wasn't like the full-on best idea, but it was an idea that I think, even though it might have not have been like overall like a beneficial to the company, but at the same time, it was like people were not going to the movie theaters, so it's like, all right, we have these new movies, we can put them on this service the same day, so they have the option. And to me, I always thought that was a good idea.
It was
to
the
be
best
honest,
idea. It was the best idea.
because there were the people that were just they were in fear because like, oh, this virus is out there, blah blah blah. There's people that weren't. I wasn't one of them. I went to the movie theater.
I put on the mask. I put on 2 masks and I went.
But you know what's funny is like, even though like, you know what I like though is like the fact that I'm like, I'm gonna go watch this movie in the movie theater. I like the fact that then the next day I could, if I liked it, I could watch it again in my own home for a service I'm paying for.
Here's where I think it was a perfect decision and it was the right one, even if the people, most of whom have been chased from that company anyway, couldn't recognize it. Because if you look at the schedule of the movies that were released that year, there was no Barbie, there was no Oppenheimer on there.
No.
Most of those movies, Dune, and I love Dune. We promoted the fuck out of Dune. I preached Dune up and down. But Dune, the reason why Dune 2 is coming is not necessarily because it's box office money, because it was in the 450 whatever, and it was the watchability. Because guess what? As much as I promoted Dune and took a whole bunch of people to the movie theater to see it, there were people who were not going to give that IP a chance if they had to pay for it.
Yeah.
What HBO Max did is allowed people who were never planning to see that movie to see it. Now, Dune 2 is not going to be on HBO Max, but they built a fandom. They built extra viewers by putting it on there. The Matrix, that movie sucked. That movie was going to lose them money if they would have backed those movies without putting them on day and day. And then all the movies that they put out that year were either borderline losses or we're going to lose. People say, well, the Suicide Squad would have made money if it wasn't day and date, which is bullshit. Because Godzilla vs. Kong did fine, and Godzilla vs. Kong was released in March before a vaccine. Suicide Squad had Omicron, but we had a vaccine, and there were way more people going to the movies in August of that year than there were in March of that year. Those people weren't going to see that movie in the droves. So, but here's the thing, though. You cut your losses and got people watching it. And for the movies, the things that were going to go on, you created an audience that wouldn't have been there. Dune is a complex IP. I love it. The books are I'd rather eat the books than read them again. But it's a complex IP that the average Joe it looks at that like, what the fuck? But if you watch the movie, it rolls out just like any other political intrigue movie.
Yeah.
But they're not going to, maybe they don't want to pay the 10, 12, 20, whatever to go see it.
I don't know. It's interesting. I know. And like I said, Kyler I think he had the right idea when it came to this. And now, like, I mean, and then of course you have, somebody like, Tom Cruise, of course, who's like all about the theatrical experience, which is, we get it. There's theatrical experience.
Every Tom Cruise, there's a not Tom Cruise.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. It's like, there's still going to be, you have to realize that you have to, if you want everyone to see your movie, you have to also be like, there's going to be the people who are not going to go to, and especially how expensive it can be to go to a movie theater now. And like all these movie theaters, I mean, the movie theater I go to is not that, it's a Harkins, but it's old school. It's, you pick your seat, but it's still like the old school seats. But sometimes I go to the other one where it's got luxury seating. You have booze, you have food, you have all, you have all the luxury. And like you were saying, it's like, sometimes like when families decide to go, and that's why I think that's why Barbenheimer was such an event, is because people were like, okay, we can't miss out on this because it's word of mouth. Everybody's talking about it. So, with those movies were released separate, they don't make as much as they did. I don't think, to be honest.
Oppenheimer doesn't.
Fuck no.
does not come anywhere close to that. And like,
I
if they
know.
win the Academy Award, you need to let the Barbie people at least stand behind you on the stage because really the
Yeah, I
buzz
mean
of it.
that's the thing is like they captured lightning in a bottle, and I know Hollywood's going to try to do that again, and they've already kind of made attempts like to do like Saw Patrol and whatever the fuck,
Which
but it's
is
never going to happen again. I mean that was just lightning in a bottle. I mean maybe it'll happen again like 5 years from now or 6-7 years, whatever the fuck. But I mean that brought people to the movie theaters, and I'm not saying like other movies haven't. Super Mario Brothers has. I mean it just seems like now it's event movies are going to do that. The superhero genre was once that. It's not so much anymore. Let's face it. I mean, it's gotten to the point where it's like, another one. Why do I have to watch this? Is this gonna make me care about anything? And that's why the superhero genre really suffered this. And the only one that did well was
Spider-Verse.
Spider-Verse and Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
They're the ones that did well. Spider-Verse, because that is something different, and then Guardians, it was wrapping up a trilogy, so it had that favor to him. But anything else that was trying to set up anything new, nobody gave a shit. People.
I don't know. Teenage Mutant Turtle Mutant Mayhem did a pretty solid job with what it was.
But that just came and went. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know.
It was still unique, and people. I thought it was good. I mean,
It was good.
It wasn't that expensive to make either. So for the money, they got the bang for the buck. Kind of like Madam Web. Madam Web cost $12 to make. It's just like,
and even to the point, like it debuted on Paramount Plus not even a month later, and it has now a series coming this year, and they're already working on the sequel movie that's going to include the Shredder.
The best of both worlds, man.
Right.
Best of both worlds.
And that's I feel like the sequel to TMNT Mutant Mayhem is going to be exactly what Across the Spider-Verse was for the Spider-Verse. Like that's my personal opinion. It's gonna
that's some big shoes, but hey,
it's gonna rock stock, dude. Like if you're gonna sit here and show me those kids and how they have to deal with the Shredder, that's some character development right there, because that first movie was solid in a lot of ways, but they had to learn how to become a team by the end of that movie. Now they're going to have to learn to like kind of grow up a little bit, because their adversary this time isn't a fucking mutant. It isn't like this big giant monster. It's the fucking, exactly right. It's the fucking Shredder.
You know what? I should rewatch it.
You should.
I
rewatched it just last night. It's such a damn good movie, and it's from fucking Seth Rogen of all people too.
Right?
Oh, I love that
production.
Well, that's the thing. Is like, yeah, I know that's what's great. I mean, anytime that obviously the Michael Bay version didn't really.
I like that version. I don't give a shit.
It did good things for the franchise. It distinguished the Turtles from another in ways that had not been done before. I think that's probably
it had its moments. I'm not saying it was all bad, but there was a lot of things that were bad.
Yes.
I'm looking at you, Stephen Amell, as Casey Jones. What the fuck?
Dude, I'm looking at that origin with April O'Neil. Like, what?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Well, I mean, they sort of do that same origin in the newer one where, a Splinter isn't,
true. They did some rearranging. Yeah. I get it. But at the same time, I think one of the things was the biggest selling point was the fact that the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles were actually teenagers.
Yeah, they were teenagers. Yeah.
And they had, obviously, when it comes to the sequel, like the voices are not going to be as high. They're probably going to, be deep, which is good. That just shows that there's an evolution when it comes to all that. But like what Phil's saying, that now they're going to take on the Shredder. I'm like, all right. There's potential for the second one to be. The first one was literally what the title was, Mutant Mayhem, and it was exactly that. And
aren't we getting like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle video game this year, like based on
probably they're
they're doing? I would imagine the series is going to take place in between the first movie and the second film that they have planned, because I know for a fact that Jeff Rowe talked about developing the first film, and they had Shredder in versions of the script, and they were like, this is kind of clashing with like the other thing that we're doing, so let's just shelve Shredder for now and save him for the sequel.
Shelve him like they shelved Batgirl. What? No.
I'm sorry. Not quite like that.
Yeah, I know. No. At least they're using.
I know they have. No, but I thought that was smart. It was like, yeah, don't go right away and just have this crazy, movie. And and it was funny too, because Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles has been around for decades, and I remember like when I was watching that, and then when that post-credit scene of Shredder. I mean, there were people, the kids, that were like 15, 20 years younger than me, that were like, Shredder. It's like, all right, they know. They fucking know. That's great.
It's just like it's just gonna be a bit weird that Shredder and Splinter aren't gonna have that.
Well, here's the thing: the first movie only established that Splinter was a rat in New York City. It never established how he got to be a rat in New York City.
So they can leave that open.
Mutant Mayhem?
It's open for interpretation. Yes.
In Mutant Mayhem.
Yes,
okay.
He says, yeah,
I'm really show with his full-on backstory.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I think he says I could be misremembering. I think he does say like, yeah, I grew up in New York. I don't really remember because I watched it just last night too, but I didn't expect us to talk about it. So, I'm just going off of what I recall. But yeah, I think it's open enough to interpretation. Be like, okay, how did Splinter get in New York City? I don't know. It could be there, or I could just be misremembering, and he grew up there the entire time. I'm honestly not too sure.
Also, I kind of want Splinter to be the more strict master, like he was in the 2012 show. I don't know, just
sure, yeah, that's just doing the same thing that we've seen thousands of times before, though. So yes, let's.
Yeah, I know, but he can be both.
No, I mean, yeah, it's going to be interesting how they tackle that, and I mean, obviously, doing animation was a smart thing to do, and
yeah, I agree.
And having like a unique style when it came to animation, they were just like, hey, look at what Spider-Verse is doing over here. We should probably do something like that over here, because live action doesn't seem like people were like going to gravitate towards that. I mean, who knows? Maybe they'll try to do a live action again. I mean, even like when it came to the original live action Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, you watch all three of those movies. I mean, they are different tones. The first one is the best because it's gritty,
it's dark,
but it's humorous.
Yeah, and not really. Yeah, and it really captured all the turtles the way they should be captured, and it's such a good movie. Then they got the sequel, and they were like, we lighten it up a little bit. And then when it got to Turtles 3, where they travel through time, then it was like really like, whoa, what the fuck? Yeah, it was like, you guys really went for it right here. You guys saw that.
You had the 2007 animated movie, which was like a sort of pseudo sequel. It was
which wasn't terrible. I liked it. I actually thought that was
villains were weak, but
but I actually thought it was actually a pretty decent movie. But and then when they tried to do the Michael Bay stuff, it was like, all right, you guys have something here, but not quite. It's like, obviously when it came to the first one, it just was, they just basically ripped off what Amazing Spider-Man was doing, shooting something up in the sky to turn everybody into a lizard kind of, or a reptile, whatever the fuck.
I mean, not just that, and just another blue sky. Blue beam in the sky again.
Yeah.
It actually just occurred to me the Turtles are turning 40 this year.
Wow.
The comic was 1984, and they're
midlife crisis, Ninja Turtles, midlife crisis, Ninja Turtles,
heroes in a wheelchair. And and also the first Bay movie is also turning 10 years old.
That's
right.
Crazy.
Yeah,
crazy. The fact that's and apparently it was a bad shoot according to Alan Richardson. So.
Oh yeah.
Well, that movie was also hacked to death and reshot.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. It's like it's one of those things where you got an IP, and then they just don't think it's. I mean, that's the thing. That's what I think was good about having Seth Rogen and his production partner Evan Goldberg and everybody just like, hey, we're gonna handle this. Let us do this thing. It's going to be animation, so it's not going to cost as much as, trying to do costumes or CGI to live action kind of thing. And, we're going to try it like this. And I think for the most part that it actually worked. And
I think also in the case of Spider-Verse, both movies, and Turtles, Mutant Mayhem, another thing that really helped those films stand out, the score. The music, the score to those films is fucking impeccable.
Yeah.
And it gives the film a really heightened sense of identity too.
Yeah. Pretty crazy. You okay there, William?
There's a motorcycle gang that just like with 30 bikes that just rolled by the store, and I'm like,
It's Lobo. He's come.
Ah,
Come to see you.
Ah,
my
you know what?
love
I
for
think
that
this
shirt.
is a good spot to kind of, wrap this up. We'll
man.
wrap this up right here. And because I know, William, you got to go. And yeah, I think we've pretty much covered a lot of the topics that happened this week.
Oh, we didn't talk about Superman and his humor.
Oh, we didn't, huh?
What's
Yeah,
there to
we
talk
did.
about? Okay, well, seriously, what is there to talk about other than Rachel Brosnahan being absolutely on point every time? That's
Hot.
that's really it.
No, you just don't like the person who's writing his humor, right, Axel?
Nah, I'm not a big fan. I mean, I'm fine with Superman having humor, but I'm just worried.
He's always had humor. That's the thing.
Yeah, I know. I know he's always
Yeah.
had humor.
He's always had humor. And I
There's
think
always
people
a
are
humor
just
with
taking her words. I mean, she just said this Superman's going to have humor.
It's like you said with Jesse Eisenberg's quote getting taken out of context. That's exactly what that is.
Yeah.
It's words on a screen, and you got people laying in the bushes waiting to just jump on shit.
Yep.
It's not fun. It's
Yeah.
really not fun when it gets
No.
this way,
But everybody, but the people who don't like Gunner are going to be like, oh, it's going to be a bunch of dick and fart jokes. I'm like,
Yeah,
I don't know. if
It's free not to go see it, though. It costs you
that is
nothing.
true.
not-
Yeah, you don't have to go watch it if that's what you think it's going to be. I mean,
If there is any dick and fart bubble bullshit humor at all in this movie, it's probably not coming from Superman or Lois Lane.
yeah, that's
That's
true.
why-
Probably come from Jimmy Olsen.
I was gonna say Jimmy Olsen or Guy
Walkers.
Gardner, one or the other.
Oh, Guy Gardner. Oh boy.
Probably Guy
Maybe.
Gardner.
I don't know. If Plastic Man was in this movie, that would be the character it would come from, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't there like a report that there's a Plastic Man movie or something coming
There,
out?
okay,
There was
that,
one
We were
plan by the
talking about
studio
that,
to
but who knows?
If they
Yeah.
do, they should get Johnny Knoxville for Plastic Man.
If they do, that person
He's
needs
like
to be working at
50
hot dog on a
something
stick.
years old.
I don't give a
Not
fuck.
like
the
that.
perfect Plastic Man.
Danny
is
Trejo.
No,
Oh,
Matthew
Danny, no,
Lillard.
Danny Trejo for Lobo.
Matthew Lillard.
dude, he's like
Matthew-
85.
I don't
Fucking-
give a fuck.
No,
I don't
dude,
give a
fucking
fuck.
Matthew Lillard would be a perfect Plastic Man.
He'd be a better
Ooh,
right now.
elongated man.
Okay, that's fair.
Ralph
That's kind of
did
fair.
that.
man, I
So
like
then
that.
okay, if you're gonna do that, then you kind of have to do Identity Crisis. So who do you get to kill Sue Dibney? That's a real deep pull.
But for Plastic Man, Pete Davidson. I'm just kidding.
Oh,
You know,
God.
you know what?
No, Ryan
Do it.
Reynolds.
I understand that. I understand that casting. I 100 because if you just picture Pete Davidson in those fucking dark, sharp glasses, he looks like Plastic Man.
And his
Almost.
humor works for me. I've always been a fan of Pete Davidson from the Saturday Night
I
Live.
can understand that. He's kind of hit me, but I understand the sentiment definitely. But
Yeah.
yeah, I've always just thought of Matthew Lillard as like the best Plastic Man. Like 20 years ago when he was still doing the Scooby Doo stuff, like
Oh,
I
yeah.
was
He
like,
was perfect.
What about Seth MacFarlane for Plastic Man or something like that?
Again, you're choosing guys
He's
that
like,
are very.
he's closing in on 60.
Yeah.
No, well, I don't give a fuck if they're old.
No.
You have
I
to be
mean,
able to sell the well.
And
once
Trejo
upon a
for
time,
Lobo.
Jim Carrey would have been a perfect Plastic Man.
that is true. Yep.
With
Yeah,
all
we
the, but now he's 62. He just celebrated his birthday. Happy birthday, Jim Carrey. But I mean, he's not really doing that stuff anymore. But yeah, I mean, when it comes to the Superman humor discussion, no, we didn't really talk too much about it, but at the same time,
Dave,
it's like,
you're worried about it.
I'm not really worried about it
Yeah, I know.
because again, I'm
19
just
months
kind
to
of going
go.
like, I think like Superman's the level of humor that I would like is the Superman the animated series humor that's dry,
Where it's subtle.
subtle.
I started writing my own Superman script called Superman Super Siblings, where we have Superman, Lois raising John and
Mhm.
Lara.
Okay,
Right, yeah.
Oh, nifty.
that's cool.
Yes.
It's a cool
I
little
know, right?
story.
Got Manchester Black and Cyborg Superman as the main villain.
Nice.
And, yeah,
No, that
yes.
works. And
it's gonna be
And like I
set in
said-
the Red Robin universe, and
that's cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
10 years.
You know, if I were to cast Jim Carrey in a legacy role, I would probably cast him as Dr. Ivo, the creator of Amazo.
Interesting.
Or
That's
just
that's off the cuff. That's like
yeah.
that's like something that's
Well, because he's always like when he's expressed doing roles, he doesn't want to do like anything superbly violent, but I could see him like kind of taking on something to like create because he was fucking Dr. Robotnik in Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah.
You
he
know,
nailed it. He
and
loved it.
Is he going to be in the third one?
No,
I don't know.
no.
I
he
don't
won't.
know. I think he said no, he's not. But people are trying.
He pretty
to get him
much he
back.
pretty much gave up acting right now. So who knows
Yeah.
when it comes back? So, but I think the second Sonic was like his last thing that he did, and he's not going to do anything for who knows. I mean,
Well, considering the third movie is going to be all about Shadow the Hedgehog, I don't think they really need Dr.
Voiced
Robotnik.
by Jared Leto.
yeah. Well, it's supposed to be maybe Hayden Christensen. That's going to be
That's the rumor that I
That'd
just
be
saw.
cool.
there. We'll see.
That would be cool.
But anyways, Superman has always had humor. It's been dry. It's been different. Even Henry Cavill, you fuckers. That
Even
didn't-
he had subtle humor.
He had
Exactly.
subtle humor. Anybody who didn't think that he was just emo, fuck you. He had his moments where he had subtle
Well,
humor.
I believe in truth. I'm also
Yeah.
We don't
Oh God,
No,
is that what you want? No, it's not going to be.
No,
that.
not like that.
Nobody wants that, and I think James Gunn realizes that it's not going to be that. It's not going to be dick and fart jokes. Hopefully not either. We're
I
just
hope
going to
not.
wait and see. And
Oh,
like I said,
Superman.
I want the Tim Daly dry humor from Superman the Animated.
And have Dave Bautista for Perry White. That'd be a good
I would
casting.
not hate that at all. I would not hate that.
Or
at
even
all.
him for Mr. Freeze. I don't know. I think William suggested that one.
Well, like
No, I expected Ross. How cool.
Ooh,
Really?
interesting.
Who?
Wow.
Anything but
Someone
Bane.
suggested him
Anything
for
but Bane.
Yeah.
Doctor
He's not going to be
Strange.
Bane. He's not going to
Thank
be
you.
Bane.
Yeah, I mean, Bane's a
Oh,
great
Dave
villain.
Bautista.
I mean,
Oh,
William loves him, but like, yeah.
I like him as Perry White. I just like that idea. I don't know why.
I just want him to do something that challenges him more than the last roles he does. Each role he does, and going to do Bane, like people were fan casting him, would be going backwards.
I mean, he has said he wants to be Bane, which I mean, that's cool.
Well, he pitched it a while ago, but now
Yeah.
he realizes that he's older now. It's like I can't really do that role now. You
and he's
know,
a better actor. He is a
Yeah.
better actor.
he's a
than he
better
was in the
actor
first
now.
role, so.
If Snyder was allowed to do Dark Knight Returns right now, I'd say Dave Bautista for Old Man Bruce Wayne.
Or
No,
the
interesting.
mutant leader, or you know.
Ooh,
or-
the mutant
Yeah,
leader.
well, it depends.
Yeah,
Mutant Leader's a little
Oh,
too close to
both
Bane,
those
but yeah, I see. it.
yeah, you're right. But like, I don't know.
I want a thought-provoking guy like a guy like Ross. He uses.
Well, I also like David Bautista as Hugo Strange.
I was just gonna say
Yeah.
that. Yeah,
Because
I was
like, if you see
literally
in
just
like,
gonna say
if
that.
you guys play Arkham Asylum, he doesn't physically appear, but in his like his art character
Yeah.
profile, he's a big buff guy.
Yeah,
Obviously, he wasn't that in Arkham City. And
yeah.
Well, Arkham City, he was still pretty stocky.
oh yeah, but he wasn't like built. And I mean, he
Batman
was
the animated series, he was very small.
Yes,
Yeah.
he was
Yes,
like
he was.
a gremlin. Yeah,
They made some creative choices with Hugo Strange and Batman the Animated Series.
yeah, they definitely did. They definitely
10 will commence in 10 hours.
there.
Okay, Corey Burton. Okay.
Anyway, so there you go. Anyways, we're fine. Superman's gonna have some humor. That's great. Don't take, Rachel Brosnahan's. She's just putting it out there. She's great. She's gonna be a great Lois, and god damn it, she's gorgeous. Anyways, all right.
Let's just keep watching her talk and not say. a
Yeah, I
word.
know. Let's just watch her
Yeah.
talk and do her little videos of her like showing off
make sure to
her-
watch. Make sure to look in the eyes. But
Yeah.
anyway,
Ah,
so
yeah, she's got some
well-
pretty some deep revealing dresses. Anyways,
I mean,
we'll
I'm
go around-
pretty sunburned right now. Yeah.
All right, let's go around the horn. We'll go ahead and end this right now and get everybody. So first off, Dune, your mom.
I
What?
cannot.
Yeah.
Did you just do?
No, I did that while we were talking about Dune. So yeah, you can find me on Droga52 on YouTube. I recently just uploaded a video where I rank the Arkham Batman villains, as in not the boss fights, and what else did I upload? Me looking through the Arkham subreddit, which fucking unhinged. Holy shit.
Well, that's your problem. You're on Reddit.
Well, no, I just that's funny though.
Get on it.
And you can find me on Twitter via Axel R. Droga. You can find me on what else? Yeah, that's it. I don't feel like sharing my Instagram because I don't have anything on it. Yeah.
There it is. Yeah.
There you go.
All right, William.
You can just Google the Sci-Fi Center. I'm the only one. You'll find all my social media on there. Tomorrow, 2 p.m. Pacific time, we're going to be doing the next leg of our AFSP fundraiser. Our goal to reach 10,000 by April 19th. We're going to try to breach 7,000 tomorrow or come down there close to it. We will be watching Army of the Dead.
starting at 2:00. It'll be a watch party. So if you guys can join, if you cannot donate, I understand. Like we've just been explaining this whole show, times are tough. If you can share it and put it in the laps of people who may be able to, sharing has done as much for us as the actual donations have. So tomorrow at 2 p.m. And you can go to my page here, youtube.com at the Sci-Fi Center, and hit the alert notice for the event.
There it is. Phil.
Oh, as always, my friend, thank you again for the invite. It's been a fun time chatting with you guys. It's been nice coming back to the stream. And if anyone wants to follow me, I am not on Twitter. I am on everything else except Twitter. So Vero, Instagram, Threads, Blue Sky, all at Unfiltered. You guys can listen to my show, the Eternal Night Podcast, which we're actually planning for the whole year. We're doing an entire retrospective of the DC Extended Universe movie by movie, film by film, and we'll have that first episode out hopefully by next week, detailing more plans about that. And yeah, you can catch me on the Four Nerds mostly every Wednesday, except this past Wednesday we did not have a show. So probably next Wednesday we'll be back. But yeah.
All right, cool. Well, thank you guys. And then, of course, thank you to Scott. Thank you to Chris. Am I missing anything else? I think that was it, right? Just those two that showed up.
William was on here. Oh, wait, he's still here.
But, of course, thank you to Axel, William, and Phil for being on here. And thank you guys for sticking around with us and talking nerdy stuff and everything that happened this week. And hit that like, thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, do all that, and we will talk to you guys later.
Much love.